Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Oh, what do we have here? There we go. That's right, 2016. Happy New Year. Welcome. Today's January 5th, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, staff in attendance is General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, January 19th, and February will be on the 2nd and the 16th, both on Tuesdays. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the order as they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there will be no oral argument in any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, turn off your cell phones. Chairman, do you have any announcements to make?
No, I don't.
Okay, the first item in our Buffalo office is going to be item number 75, Sheridan Liquor.
Just the one with the delivery doors?
Yes. Are they licensed or are they not licensed?
Good morning, members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm an attorney with Shaw & Shaw.
And I'm Robert Heil, the consultant.
And the licensee, Walid Mohammed.
Do we have any opposition there?
No opposition is present.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
We're making this application for a liquor store on 1066 Sheridan Avenue in Tonawanda, New York. The store is proposed to be 504 square feet. It's going to carry 20% of New York State products and will serve a largely commuter base. The area surrounding it is primarily large industrial and large office parks, and it's flanked by a number of major highways in the area. We think it poses no threat to other businesses. It's not located more than 1.25 miles from anyone else, and we think that it'll serve the public convenience because there's not another liquor store in the area.
I have to ask a question. In the diagram provided with the application, there shows a common delivery area for both the liquor store and the grocery store. Is that licensed? Is that delivery area licensed by the grocery store?
It is not.
Will there be storage in that?
No, that's strictly for loading and unloading.
Okay,
It's not licensed?
not licensed.
Okay. We're good.
You talk about this 500 square foot store. How much of that is going to be retail space and how much is storage?
Primarily, the store, the whole 504 square feet is going to be the retail and its own storage. Because it is such a small store, he's going to have his storage on display.
And I believe this is, your attorney talked about bless you.
Thank you.
In his submission, talked about a large store that closed up recently.
That's right. There was a 59,000 square foot store on Delaware Avenue, which is essentially in the same neighborhood.
How far away?
Over 2 miles. I don't have the distance. The printout, it's not active anymore. They've moved now 3.9 miles away.
They're still in the area. They're just not as close.
Not as close, and a different community. They're in a completely different part of town.
Well, that's not CJ's Liquor, right?
No, that's Prime, the Prime Group, Premier Wine and Liquor.
Okay. And CJ's Liquor's license was canceled on November 9, 2015?
Correct.
That's correct.
And it's closed currently, correct, I assume? Yeah.
Correct.
That's my understanding. That's right.
Okay.
All right.
I got nothing else.
All right. Last thing, this former principal of your Colvin Market Express, Fazi
Yes.
Al-Arashi,
Yes,
he's not affiliated at all with this license, is he?
that's correct. Yeah, there was a from what I understand, a felony charge with him. He was taken off the corporation, is no longer associated with any liquor stores, and certainly not this one.
Okay. This premise is only 500 square feet. The 3 closest stores have all had significant increase of sales. The 4th closest store has been license was canceled this past November, so I vote to approve.
I vote to approve on the same grounds.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you. In Albany, item 77, 4321 Lee Center Taberg Road.
Good morning, Happy New Year, Robert Romano, on behalf of the applicant. I would just like to point out,
Well, let me just,
Yep.
are there any protesters there?
No, there's not, Chairman.
It's all right.
briefly, I'd just like to point out that the complaints that were made to the authority, I believe, one was a complaint that there were many shootings on the premises prior to this applicant opening, which they had been operating under a temp.
Well, let's be clear, there were guns being fired.
Exactly, and I would like to point out that this had been a shooting range. And the crimes that were committed, I have the disposition of the crime, which was the theft of a wild turkey. Other than that, the premise has been operated in...
So did this shooting range actually have a cannon?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Wow.
it's a historical canon, yes.
Historical cannon that fired?
Yes, it did fire.
Okay.
I think the operative word there is did.
Yeah, it did. It's no longer there.
So you removed all the firearms and sold
Yes, yes.
everything?
They've been operating without incident. It's a family-style restaurant. They have crayons for the kids. Snowmobilers go there all the time, and I see no reason to deny that.
Isn't there an issue with the snowmobilers going on other people's property to get there?
Well, it's their
No,
property.
no, we have permission from everyone around us to use their property.
Well, what about the neighbor? She doesn't appear to agree with you.
She's not included in that trail system.
So anyone that uses that trail system can get to your restaurant directly from the trail system legally?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, they can.
Okay.
I mean, just, it's really the opposition letters and reading it. When you did have your shooting range, what were your hours?
Well, it was actually my son who lived there who had a shooting range. There's 15 acres of land there. And it was just a matter of siting it in and things like that.
It wasn't a business, it was just for personal use?
No, it wasn't a business, no.
Oh, it wasn't a business, okay. Because, I mean, the complaint was that there was shots late at night, well after dark.
Well, that's all history at this point.
Right. Well, personal or not, it's just, I think it's a sensitivity to your neighbors, but, okay, well,
Well, the next-door neighbors, I'd like to point out, actually wrote a letter of support.
and we have that.
Right.
All right, so, I think the biggest concern was the presence of a shooting range, active guns, and a cannon on the premises, and then licensing alcohol on that kind of in that kind of an environment, but with the representation that that's all not there anymore, I'll approve.
And just so I'm clear, there's not going to be any live music or DJs or outside music?
No.
No.
Okay, I'll approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
90, Messina Rod and Gun Club.
Do I stay around for New York?
What did he say?
No, this was request for reconsideration.
Oh, you didn't get the...
You have any issue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, after.
Have you been purchasing from licensed
Yeah, just for this.
wholesalers?
Not recently, no ma'am.
Ever?
I think you misunderstood the question. You buy your liquor from licensed wholesalers now, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do.
So you asked for reconsideration. Can you just kind of elaborate why you want reconsideration?
We're a not-for-profit corporation. Corporation. The Messina Revenue Club is a membership corporation. It's been there since 1948. We promote the art of shooting, angling, propagate and preserve fish, hunting. In 1972, we just received a termination letter from the IRS as a social club. We've had a club beer, club wine license since 1973. Our organization has taken necessary steps to ensure the action, the complaint you filed against this was been taken care of. We accept the correspondence letter from you, and then one of our members worked for Senator Griffo, and he got involved, and here we are.
So the fine that we imposed is the normal fine for this violation, so I don't know what are you asking us to do here?
To reduce the fine, please.
Okay. Yeah. We're just going to have a brief conversation.
So we also see that this is a default. Do you have any explanation to why there was no response to our letters?
I did respond to the letter. I did through our board, and I did talk to Cynthia about delaying a date back in November.
That was post the
That's
default.
the penalty portion of it. They're talking about when
Yes.
you first received notification of the charge.
Yes, and then I was told by Senator Griffo's staff that they were our advocate and they would take care of it.
No, we're talking about in July, when the initial pleading went out. A letter was sent to Karen Wood.
Yes, she resigned from the ABC, or from our board in February of 2014, I believe.
Which is why you defaulted.
Which is why, okay.
So is the
So
current,
do you have a new ABC officer at your club?
No, sir, we don't at this time. I was the old ABC board officer from 1973 till 2010, I guess.
Well, it looks like you are again.
Thank you, sir.
You
I'll
actually
put the
have
other
to follow
board
the
too.
paper- You have to file the paperwork to make sure that happens, though, okay?
Yes, I will. I've been in touch with the people in the law enforcement division, and the only question I had for them is that I have to get fingerprints over again, and they couldn't tell me yes or no. So,
Yeah, well, how long ago were you the ABC officer?
up until 2013,
13.
yes.
Yes, you would need to be reprinted.
Okay.
Right, I mean, look, if you can make sure you get that in order and get your current address on file for future communication with the SLA. Given that you have no adverse history and you've been licensed since '72, and taking into consideration the other factors stated in your letter, first I'll grant the reconsideration and we'll just send a letter of warning. Oh, fine.
I'll grant the reconsideration as well, and I just want to point out for the record that there is, your club seems to be in significant financial hardship, and any fine would apparently be tantamount to closing your club, which wasn't, given the violation here, that really isn't what the goal was. So I'll also approve the reconsideration and grant a letter of warning as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
84, Epic Wine and Liquor.
This is the one where I agreed
This is a reconsideration.
you denied.
We have Mr. Romano. I'm sorry, you have to go first. It's reconsideration. Okay.
Leon Fiacco.
My name is Tracy Conley. I'm with Brown and Weinrob. Mr. Fiacco is the applicant. We are here to respectfully request reconsideration. We recognize that when Mr. Fiacco appeared before you previously, that we did not provide you with the information that you needed to approve his application. We believe today that we have enough information that we have already submitted to you with our letter of request, which outlines why Epic would be to the public's convenience and advantage. And I'm prepared to discuss that or take any questions if you'd like.
So I have a couple questions. In the opposition letter, it stated that, Mr. Fiacco, you used to be part of a wholesale license?
Yes, that's correct.
And you sold it to your brother?
That's correct. 2 years ago.
And what kind of a sale was it? Was it a all cash? Is there a note pending with it?
No, there's not. No, it was basically, I left that. I took one piece of property and he took another, and I moved on. I did put a letter in. I have one from my accountant that says I don't have nothing to do with it anymore. And I also have a letter from the SLA when I took my name off in, I want to say 2014-ish.
So what about after the filing of this application, there continued to be public advertisement that stated you were the owner? You were clearly the owner of the wholesale license business?
The advertising, what are you asking me about? The websites? They were old websites, which I've had all scrubbed. My name's not on any of that. And then somebody said they talked about a Facebook page where I had stopped into the store a couple times to see my brother. And the guy who does the Facebook page, his name is Rich Christ. He took a picture of me. I think they make a joke on the side where it said, "You think we could show this rookie the ropes?" I didn't realize it would be detrimental to my application, and I won't be doing it again.
Well, let's see. Yeah, on the website, it was September 13, 2015. It said owners Leon and Bill Fiacco.
That's correct. That was on the Beverage Mart website, which has been changed. Those were old websites from years.
Would you like a copy of the letter from that business's account showing that he's...
No, I understand that maybe financially, is the CPA going to say he's never publicly put himself out as, that's the question. Right. I mean, well, he does say financial otherwise, but publicly putting yourself out there calls into question the otherwise.
Well, sir, which are you asking public now? On the website that we had, I'm no longer on it.
The website is public.
No, I understand, sir, but after it was brought to my attention, I corrected the problem.
He understands that should his application be granted, that he is to have absolutely no affiliation whatsoever, nor does he now.
The other question I had was, you compared the four closest stores, they were all priced significantly higher, 21% to 46% than the comparison stores' prices. And you said Epic's prices will only be 15 to 20% over wholesale. But you're not comparing apples and oranges and oranges. So what will his prices be relative to the other store's prices retail?
Well, first, if I may explain why we even went through that exercise, is we were trying to, from the last hearing, the stores were saying that they weren't making any money and that the public's advantage and convenience was being met. But we have, the numbers show that the over 21 population in the area is growing, the businesses are expanding, there's a new tech park, there were 60,000 hotel rooms booked in 2014 alone, just in East Greenbush. So the numbers tell us otherwise, along with national consumption is up, wine retail sales are up 95%. All of these would suggest that these other stores should be doing well, so if they're not, the question is why. So we were looking at other factors which we believe play a role. Those factors could be pricing, it could be convenience, it could be customer service, it could be the products that they offer. So when we were looking to see if pricing was the concern, and we recognized that the comparison store we used was 11 miles away, and that it's much larger and that they can purchase at a cheaper rate. So worst case scenario, if Mr. Fiacco were to price 15 to say 20% over wholesale, then perhaps he would be on par with Vineyard Wine and Spirits, which is 21% over.
So you're saying that Epic will price their prices at at least 21% cheaper than the 4 closest stores?
No, I'm saying we don't know what their prices are going to be yet because he doesn't have those.
But then this whole argument of the fact that the prices are better, one of the reasons why you're saying the 4 closest stores don't provide an convenience and advantage and are losing sales even though everything else seems to indicate it should go up, is that it's priced higher than the comparison store by at least 21%. That's in your presentation. And then you say, so the argument has to follow then that Epic is providing a public convenience and advantage and taking advantage of all the other indicators like the increase in 21 population and all the other factors you just mentioned by pricing himself below 21%. Because if he comes in and takes the market rate of the 4 closest stores and prices himself at 21%, there's no actual...
Well, that's just one factor, though. See, what I would suggest is that in order to serve the public, you have to, I think pricing could be a factor. I think convenience as far as...
I agree. So pricing could be a factor. So I'm just trying to... You put it in the presentation.
Right, so
I'm just trying to find out what is it about pricing that Mr. Fiacco is going to do to make it...
Worst case scenario, we believe that they would be no higher than Vineyard Wine and Spirits, which is 21%.
That's what I'm saying. So that's
correct.
So his prices will be at least 21% cheaper than the 4 closest stores, because that's what Vineyard, the store 11 miles away is.
No, that was, the store 11 miles away was not Vineyard. The store 11 miles away was Empire.
Vineyard's one of the 4 closest.
Vineyard is one of the 4 closest. That's why I was confused.
So basically, the pricing you're talking about is going to be the same as a store that's 2.4 miles away.
At the worst case scenario, but then it would show that it would be much better than the other 3 stores.
See, my problem with your argument is regarding the increase in population and particularly the pricing argument. I might believe that if you could show me, I might buy into it more if you could show me 1 or 2 stores, but here you're saying that's happening at all 4 stores.
The pricing
Yeah.
issue?
And so that everybody, this increase in population of the 21 and over, they're all going outside the area to buy their alcohol.
Well, I believe that the other stores have not all said that their sales are down. I don't know what their numbers are, but what they said is even when their sales have gone up, that they are losing money. So the question is why? Do they have...
Because the reason is because the costs are going up.
Okay, so then perhaps it's a business model problem, perhaps there's complacency, perhaps they're not offering, Epic proposes that they're going to offer internet sales, they're going to offer growlers. They have an agreement that has already been signed with Remarkable Liquids where they're going to offer 9-pin cider and New York State product in growlers, which is not offered by any of the other stores. And
well, that seems to be another issue that's raised some issues with the competition. Apparently one of the competition, and we'll let Mr. Romano, if we do decide to reconsider this, describe this, but apparently one of them tried to do that and was told they can't because of a relationship that your client has with the company?
No, I thought I sent in a letter that said It's said by the state liquor authority, said that they can be sold in growlers.
No, not that it's illegal, that the company that is providing, the wholesaler that's providing the cider won't provide it to one of the closest competitors.
I don't believe that.
Do you have any relationship with either Nine Pin or the wholesaler?
Do I know him? I know him. He used to do business with me at the Beverage Center.
We have the letter, we have the agreement signed by Remarkable, but it's not exclusive. So, I mean, basically what we're trying to just say is that we think that the public's advantage is going to be served if there's competition, because competition is what drives it.
There's no question about that. The thing we have to consider is whether there's already competition. And based on the sales numbers that I see, which I maintain are consistent, they're three-year numbers that we have, I don't see the need. But I'm listening to you. I understand your argument, but what services other than cider is he going to be able to provide that these people aren't providing?
Well, for one thing, he is going to dedicate 800 square feet of his floor space to New York State products. Now, the other stores...
How big is this floor space?
So the building itself is just under 3,000. The sales space is going to be about 2,000. There's going to be 1,200, which is going to be regular showroom floor, and then 800, which is exclusive to New York State products. Now, the other...
So 40% is going to be New York State products of his product line?
Not necessarily of the product line, probably maybe a third, I think, but just in the area, the way the display is going to be set up. So the customers, what we found is that when you go into some of these stores, you can't just find the New York State products without hunting for them.
I'm sorry, how big is the retail space going to be? I have here 900 square feet.
Right, that was just when Mr. Fiacco appeared with you the last time, they realized that the attorney who did the form made a mistake, and I did submit in our submission a corrected form. It was for 2,975 square feet.
He's taken over the whole building?
That's the whole building.
Yes. And we have new, the last time when they submitted their application, the building was, there was only a foundation at that time. The building has been completed, and we've brought those photos with you if you'd like to see them.
There's no store, so there's no basement, right?
Right.
No.
So this 2,900 square feet of retail space?
No.
May I share something with you?
I just want to know how big the retail space is going to be.
2,000 square feet.
2,000 square feet, thank you.
If I may, another point that I'd like to make with respect to convenience is 3 of the 4 stores that are closest to Epic, one of the factors that may or may not play in is the access to them. 3 of them are located in a strip mall. So particularly with regard to the one store that's closest to Epic's proposed location, if I wanted to just run in there and grab something, I'm dealing with Walmart traffic. I'm dealing with at least, I believe there's 5 traffic lights, and I have an aerial photo where I can show you how traffic gets backed up. So it's not just easy in and out. Epic will have right off the road, sole standalone building with its own parking, so that if I'm not doing any other shopping that day, I don't have to contend with that kind of traffic. The other 3 stores also...
Have the aerial photo?
Well, this shows you, this is just the one competition with Grayson Green, which is closest to Epic. To get into there, this is Route 4 where the store is located. Just to get in, you have to drive.
You could come up and look if you want, Mr. Romano.
I'll hold it like this.
So our only point with respect to this store is just to even get access to the store, which is actually located right here. When you come in off Route 4, you can come in here, but you still have to navigate all the way around through this traffic, or you can come in on 3rd Avenue Extension and come down in here to get there. This is pretty direct. It is pretty direct. I will say, though, for people that are stopping after work, there's a light here, there's a light here, here, and here. That tends to be quite backed up.
Okay, you guys can back up, please. Do we have an easel that we can just put this?
And I'll share these with you.
Thank
It
you.
just kind of outlines some of this stuff. And I would just like to show you another photo of that. I'll leave this up here with you.
Okay. Okay. Or maybe you could put it up on the easel, please, and then we can see it. Donald, maybe if you could just, thank you. You could just put it up there. This will just, do you need this? We'll keep it for now.
Do you have any?
No, that's fine. I don't
The
think-
only, I'm well aware of this. The only point this whole area that I wanted to make with this photo is that this is the road that Epic is
All
on,
of
it's
it.
right here.
I know it all.
3 of the stores are on this road here, which is 9 and 20. So people that get off the I-90 interchange, they're not as likely to travel all the way down Route 4, which is only 3 miles, but yet there's 16 to 24,000 cars a day that travel that road. Much of it is 2 lanes. So they're not likely to travel all the way down here to another 4-lane highway unless they're headed in that direction for another reason. So my point being that it's not necessarily.
Where's the other, so Grapes and Grains is on Troy Road. Where's the third store on Troy Road? Is there a third store on Troy Road?
There's another one up here, but it's not within the 4 closest.
Right, but it's not too far away, right?
Right, and then
Okay.
the other one, there's one right here at the end of Route 4. Another one.
Route 4 being Troy Road?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Troy Road.
Okay,
And then another one
And
here on 9 and 20.
right.
And another one.
Okay. That's, no, I had this approved this week. This is the one we both did this week. Right?
No.
Yeah, we both did, yeah, on this one, yeah. I don't know. I do have to commend you for your presentation because this was one of the most thoroughly and well-written presentations I've seen. So I wanted to commend you on that. You know,
We're not asking you to shut the other stores down, we're just asking you
Oh, of
to let
course
us
not.
open.
Yes.
And
No,
let the
we
market
understand.
play it out. I mean, there hasn't been other stores in the area in quite some time. Perhaps they're complacent. Perhaps that's why their numbers aren't that good. You know, maybe a little competition can spice things up, and everybody will step up their game, and when that happens, the consumer benefits.
you want to hear from Mr. Romano? Or you have, huh?
It's a reconsideration, so we vote on the first part and then hear from him.
Oh. But if we're gonna, yeah, maybe hear from him. Jackie, did you have something?
Well, no, that's the 2 things. Are you granting the reconsideration, and then are you granting the
Right,
license?
right, so, maybe we can grant the reconsideration and then, all right.
You don't want to hear from the protesters.
Right. Well, I don't know.
Go ahead and vote.
All right, so, I'll grant the reconsideration at this point, but I still want to hear, I haven't granted the license, obviously.
I'll grant the reconsideration as well, so we'll hear from Mr. Romano.
Sure.
I'm gonna change seats, brother.
Thank you very much, Robert Romano, for the opposition, and I believe the 4 closest stores would also like to speak after I'm done. I'll be very brief. I gave you a submission, a written submission. I think it speaks for itself, but to just point out that even what I heard today, we did not hear any significant new fact or circumstance that would warrant the granting of the license.
Well, I actually did. 800 square feet of a 2,000 square foot store of New York paraphernalia is a new factor to me.
Okay, but the other stores do have significant New York sections. I believe Grapes and, that Grapes and Grains has 1,000 SKUs dedicated to New York wines. And that's just at New York wines alone at that store. The access that was talked about, or the lack of thereof, the premises, the proposed premises is right off Route 4. You cars literally will have to come to a stop and make a sharp right-hand turn, disrupting the traffic flow on Route 4 when they go into the premise. There are a total of 9 spots, I believe. 1 is a handicap spot. So there are really only 8 parking spots that this premise can hold. And in busy times, you're going to have, I believe, vehicles backing up on Route 4. I don't believe that that's actually an advantage. I believe it's actually a disadvantage. So
Who are you, which of the,
I'm representing Grapes and Grains.
okay. Are you aware that Champagne Kathy actually sent us a letter supporting this store? It was one of the 4 closest?
Supporting this?
Oh, you didn't, I'm sorry, I thought I read that.
I opposed it back
Okay.
before the other hearing.
That was a surprise to me. So,
Somebody support it?
That's somebody, I thought I read a letter. Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
okay, that's right.
I'll see I'll find what I'm referring to.
Oh, just to point out, because you brought it up, the photographs of Mr. Fiacco at the store subsequent to this application, one of the photographs, he was standing at the register holding up the bill.
I saw
I just like to point out, he was at the register. It wasn't that he just walked into the store. And I believe that Jamie Matzoff would like to speak from Grapes and Grains. But again, in summary, there were no new facts or circumstances, in my opinion, that would warrant the granting of the license.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, I do see the letter from Kathy Marvin here, and I misread it. It is, you do clearly oppose.
And if,
Yes, I do.
if I may, this is the floor plan that they submitted to the Liquor Authority, and unless it's not scanned, it certainly shows more than 2,000 feet of retail.
Mr. Romano, the question of the New York State wines being sold at Grape and Grains and the other closest stores, do you know specifically how much of the New York State?
Mr. Matzoff is prepared to answer that in general. He's the proprietor.
You can bring them up to the table, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to Mr. Fiacco's application for the liquor license for Epic Wine and Liquor. There are several claims made in the request that are troubling. The pricing comparison made by the applicant's law firm compares the 4 closest stores to the proposed site to pricing from EmpireWine.com, a business whose business model and pricing structure is unlike any other in the capital region. Mr. Fiacco proposes offering customers all of his products at only a 15 to 20% markup, claiming that locally, products are priced higher than at EmpireWine.com, which is 11.6 miles away. Mr. Fiacco is attempting to compare local community liquor stores to a mega store that engages in millions and millions of dollars of sales per year in internet shipping sales, in addition to the millions of dollars of sales from Empire's brick and mortar location in Northway Mall, which, not incidentally, has nearly unlimited parking. His claim that he could price products competitively with Empire Wine in a physical plant that contains a 2,000 square foot sales floor with only 1,000 square feet of storage, with no internet shipping and only 8 parking places, should be examined closely. With only a 15 to 20% markup, the volume of the business would have to be unprecedented in order for any sort of business model like that to work. The building and parking lot cannot support the level of business required to make money in that spot, given the proposed 15 to 20% markup.
I think, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think his lawyer pointed out pretty clearly that they weren't looking to model it after Empire. They used that as the basis, and the worst case scenario was the Vineyards liquor store, as far as the markup goes. So I think we're pretty clear on what their business model is. But Commissioner Kim has a question regarding the New York wines that are available in your store and other liquors. Could you elaborate on that?
Certainly. I have well over 100 to 150 SKUs of New York State wines and craft distillery products and ciders. We've been carrying these New York State wines and add to it pretty much monthly. We've been carrying them for 16 years that the store has been open, and I've increased New York State holdings from Long Island, the Hudson Valley, the Finger Lakes, Thousand Islands, as well as craft distilleries around the state, which is a new and burgeoning industry in the state. And we do everything within our power to support and to highlight. In addition to that, we hold regular tastings that are dedicated to New York State wines. I noticed that Mr. Fiacco said there was no promotion of New York State wines in the local stores, but I beg to differ with that. We have held individual winery tastings as well as craft distillery tastings at Grapes and Grains featuring just New York State wines and will continue to do so. In addition, now that our New York State wine collection has outgrown its current shelving space, we're actually going to be reorganizing our store to allow us to carry even more New York State wines. This is something that's been in the works for quite some time, well before I even knew about Mr. Fiacco's application. I don't think anybody who comes into our store can say that there's any lack of support whatsoever. In fact, exactly the opposite. There's a widespread promotion of New York State products in Grapes and Grains.
Okay.
What's your retail space?
We have 2,500 square feet, and about 1,500 of that is floor space, and about 1,000 is back room.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the person from Champagne Kathy there as well?
Yes.
Do you mind please addressing that question about New York State products at your store?
My store is very small, but I'm dedicated to New York State. I've got a whole rack of New York State wines. I carry the 9-pin cider. I had someone near Rochester, Honeywell Falls, come in and wanted to bring in vodka, gin, and moonshine, and I did. I've also done tastings with Hunt Country, which is in the Finger Lakes, come in and do their wines. These people from Honeywell Falls came in and did their products. I've got some farm limoncello and orangecello from a little place, Springvale Farm. So as much as I'm a small store, I'm trying to have a good selection, but I'm a small store.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in opposition? No? Okay.
Yes. Hi, James Unders, Vineyards Wine and Spirits. The business community in East Greenwich is by far lackluster. There's several different storefronts that are vacant. 4 national chains moved out in the last several years, with only one replacing them. I don't want to be the next store that goes under. So, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Can you just answer the question about the New York State products that you sell?
We have probably over 40 feet of New York State products right now on the shelf. We currently have wine tastings. There's several people that come in from Hunt Country do tastings first as well.
How big is your retail space?
Probably about 2,200 square feet.
So 40 feet. How many SKUs of New York State products is it?
150 SKUs.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Steve Marina from Greenbush Fair Liquor.
If you could please answer the same question.
Well, first, where are you from?
Greenbush.
Greenbush, okay.
Fair Liquor. It's the DBA is Hannaford Wine and Liquor.
Okay.
I'm at the end of Troy Road at the intersection of 9 and 20. We're supporting New York State wines. Had a wine tasting from Thousand Island just less than 7 days ago. Promote the products. Currently, I have probably between 140 and 160 SKUs of New York State wine. Plus, we're carrying spirits, local spirits from Albany Distillery and also Lake George.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else you want to add?
I do.
Mr. Romano, you have something you want to?
Point out that your denial on September 21st was based on the fact that there were 4 existing stores comprising a total area of, quote, almost...
No, I know what we based it on.
Okay.
I do have a question for you, though. Her population numbers, which we didn't have last time, I don't believe, do indicate that there is an increase in population in this region, particularly in the adult population.
I have it 8% over 10 years. That's
It's the overall population. I think the 21 and over was 29%, at least in the submission that they sent. And I checked the numbers roughly, and it seems to
2.5% per year.
Confirm that.
2.2%.
29%?
Over 10 years.
Yeah, we're not 2.9%, 29%.
No, I'm saying eat per year. If you.
But doesn't matter per year. It just matters.
Right. No, I understand. You're doing the math. I get it. You're smarter than I am.
No. I did go to Bronx.
All right.
If I could just clarify on the numbers, because I do want to be forthcoming about those. The 29%, The numbers that we put in our submission were specific to the 4 towns or cities.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, so the one was Rensselaer, the smallest was Skodak, which was only 6%.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't want to skew the.
The total, it's 29%, right?
No,
Of the
29% is the city of Rensselaer.
Oh, just one of the
Yes,
cities?
just
It grew between 6 and 29%.
Exactly.
Depending on the town you're.
Okay.
Right. If I could just address a couple minor things. Mr. Romano spoke about the traffic flow going in and out of Epic, and I would dispute that. First of all, there is a large enough turn lane right there so that shouldn't be a problem. But there's also a Denny's, there's a Cefcu, and a Cracker Barrel right next door. So it's not like traffic has been an issue in that area. In the blue PowerPoint that I gave you, we did have what the proposed floor plan would look like with the dedicated space for New York State. So I wanted to point that out. I just wanted to reiterate that we also requested in our submission a request to amend one page of our application to allow for internet sales, which the previous time we had said that we would not engage in internet sales, and the reason for that was because he didn't think he was going to be ready to have that up and running once he opened, but that has changed. I don't believe any of the other stores offer internet sales at this time. Also, with respect to Grapes and Grains argument, I know that Empire is further away. It was just we were trying to figure out why maybe their sales aren't up there. One thing I did find, and I'm not bashing anyone, but we did a search online, and customer service is pretty important. And it's possible, I brought a blog with me from the TU that was from 2010, where he has a lot of great supporters that absolutely love his store. A lot of people will refuse to shop there because of customer service issues. I've never shopped there. I can't speak one way or the other, but I can submit that to you to.
And you can also acknowledge that one person can make 10 complaints.
There was numerous.
I know, but
absolutely.
Has that been submitted?
No, I just found it the other day. I can submit it.
No, that's okay.
But my only point is that I think the point that we're trying to make is that competition does benefit the consumer, and all of these factors do interplay, and I think it is reasonable to let the market play itself out and to grant the application.
Thank you. So I granted the reconsideration because of the New York State product representation, as well as what I thought was a 29% increase in the adult population for the 4 areas, and I was mistaken on that. There has been an increase of 9, 10%, 13.5%, 6%, and 29% for the city of Rensselaer. It's not as significant as I thought.
That's also from 2010, sir, where there's still another 5-6 years that we couldn't get those numbers on.
Right, but without those numbers before me, I can only base my decision on what I have before me, and so.
I can also show you how, with respect to the claim that business has been down and that there's a lot of stagnant storefronts, I mean, within a mile of Epic's location, there's an entire tech park that is only partially completed. I mean, you can look at the size of it.
When's that supposed to be finished?
Within, I believe it's we're in 2015, I believe by 2020, but many of it's already open and occupied. So it just shows that businesses are coming in, Regeneron is expanding.
All right.
FedEx.
Maybe then, in that time period when the park is up and running, that's another consideration to be, that's something to be taken into consideration at that time. But for now, I stand by our original decision and vote to deny.
I, on the other hand, would approve your submission was very, very well done. The population increase, particularly in the 4 towns that he wants to serve, as well as I think there is a convenience to having the store outside of a plaza. And the other stores are within a plaza, and I think that there would be a level of convenience not having to go and figure out a parking area and walk around, as well as the 800 square feet of New York products, or New York at least publicity that you are willing to put in the storefront. And the sales numbers of the other, particularly the closest stores the closest store, I should say, is up 19% over the last 4 years, and the other stores are certainly have significant sales as well. So I would have voted to approve, but because there's only 2 of us, it's denied. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
132B, it's a request for declaratory ruling, operation of tabbed out.
Good morning, Teresa Russo on behalf of Tabbed Out. The last time we were before the board, there was some concern over the
Wasn't she here last time?
over disclosure.
Yes, her office is in Albany.
I'm sorry, I was looking up. I thought you'd be down here.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes,
That's all
I'm
right.
located in Albany. My client was actually from Texas, but he was unfortunately not able to make it in this morning.
Okay.
So the last time we were before the board, there was some concern about disclosure to consumers that Tabbed Out was actually both controlling and funding any digital sampling offers. Since that time, in response, we've tried to put some additional bolded disclosure language in both the user agreement, actually on the homepage of the app, and in our brand agreement to make sure that it's very clear that all digital sampling is determined by Tabbed Out and funded by Tabbed Out, and that the brands and the retailers have absolutely no influence.
So I did receive that information, and it was passed on to the members, and I think the original 4 questions that were before the members regarding Tabbed Out's initial application was, number 1, does Tabbed Out constitute an availing under Section 111? Does the discounted drink offering by Tabbed Out violate Section 117A, the prohibition on unlimited drink offering? Do the discounted drink offerings by Tabbed Out constitute an indirect or impermissible gift or service from a manufacturer or wholesaler that may influence the retailer to buy the product? And finally, do the banner ads placed on Tabbed Out constitute an impermissible gift or service from the manufacturer or wholesaler to the retailer? So those are the 4 questions to the members.
And Council, you had several concerns about the latest submission?
I think that the latest submission goes to clarify the concerns of who actually is supplementing and underwriting these drinks to the customers, and makes it clear that it is not coming from the retailer. So I do think that it is a step towards transparency. At this point, Tabbed Out tells us that the drink offerings are not chosen based upon the brands that are hiring them to do market research, that it's not only those brands, it is other brands. Based on that representation, which we have to take them at their word at this point, I don't see an argument for an impermissible gift or service. If their practice was to change and there was influence from the manufacturer or the wholesaler that was hiring them, that they were an indirect vehicle for underwriting drinks at the licensed premise, that would be a violation. And if that became their method of operation, I believe the authority would take action against the manufacturer or the wholesaler. Tabbed Out is unlicensed. We have no jurisdiction over them. It would be a risk for whoever was employing them. A request for a declaratory ruling is on the facts that are as presented to them. I think that their written representations could have been better, but we have the oral record here by them that they are not choosing the offerings based on who employs them.
So at the last hearing, I believe your client stated that the manufacturer would hire Tabbed Out to, well, they pay them for the data, correct?
Correct.
Now, and I think we went through this exercise where we said, for example, Bacardi decides that they want information about about some of their drinkers or some of their non-drinkers, and so at some point down the road, they are seeking that data and work with Tabbed Out to offer a drink discount to get more people to either drink or not drink Bacardi. And I think that was my concern. I'm trying to recall his answer. I think he said something like they would never, well, they wouldn't offer anything in conjunction with a particular study at the time, but would they still offer that 3 months after the request comes in, 6 months after that request comes in? What's the time period that they wouldn't link a particular study to a drink offer?
Well, currently their business model is that the brands are buying the data after the data has already been produced. So Tabbed Out goes in and they obtain all the data and then they sell it to the brands after the fact.
But I guess his question is, can you see a scenario where the brand comes to them and says, we need more?
It's possible, but even if they did that, they would be offering different types of the same liquor. They wouldn't necessarily be pushing one specific brand.
Or what do you mean they would be pushing other brands of the same manufacturer?
Not necessarily of the same manufacturer. So if they're trying to figure
but
out
not
what
necessarily
type of
doesn't mean
stock-
they will not. You're saying that if they come back for more data, that they will still continue to offer that brand as a discount, but it would be along with other brands at a discount.
Correct. It would be along with other brands. They
But see,
don't try to
that's
get someone
where-
to drink a
that's
specific
where the
brand.
issue
They're
comes
just trying
in.
to get data on Scotch drinkers or on people who drink a specific type of alcohol, not on specific brands.
So it's not driven by the manufacturer at all, and the manufacturer would have no knowledge of it?
That's correct.
They'd have no knowledge except for the fact that they've asked for the study to be done, and for the data to be most efficiently collected, you would probably offer that at a discount more frequently than you would other brands.
I think
At
it's
least that's-
probably safe to say that if a manufacturer is commissioning a study, that the manufacturer's drink is going to be one of the ones offered.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and then it becomes an indirect benefit again.
Well,
Right.
the manufacturers have no control, though, on how the data is being obtained. I mean, there's a number of different ways. The digital drink offerings is just one of many different ways that the data is obtained. So there's not going to be a specific, because Bacardi hires them, that they're going to be digitally offering Bacardi.
I don't know how many Tabbed Out users there will be at a certain restaurant and how often, say, for Bacardi, that the offering is being offered. You know, I assume it could be an offering for Bacardi one day, and the next day it's something for Dewar's, and the next day it's something for another brand. I don't know if that will tend to influence the sales of a retailer if it's not a consistent offering for a certain
And also,
brand.
it's a regional offering. It's not offered specific to one retail location. When they put it on a tabbed out site, it's going to be for regional for any retailer that they go into. It's not specific to one restaurant. or
Right, but
one
that doesn't
location.
necessarily help with the argument that you're benefiting, the manufacturer is basically subsidizing for more purchase of that particular alcohol at the retail licenses. And that's the issue here, right?
Mm-hmm. That's
Does this model work without offering those drink discounts?
I just know that that's just one of, when they need to obtain some additional data, that's one of the tools that's available to them. But they do use, you know, a number of other tools following the drinkers throughout time to see, you know, what they're drinking and to be able to use that data.
We have not received any comments in opposition. No other states have ruled on these operations.
Are you before other states as well currently?
We were going to do New York and then move on to some of the other states. There's some council's opinions. I think there was one in Texas that we shared with you, Jackie. There's council's opinions, but we have not been before other ABCs.
Yes, it was a letter from a private attorney in Texas. I think the members could rule on the first question of whether it's an availing under Section 111. I don't believe there's any evidence that that Tabbed Out is acting as the retailer,
Right.
collecting the profits, or making choices
I
for
think
product
that's
menu
clear.
and pricing.
So yes, I agree they're not availing.
I agree as well on that. And I agree the banner ads are not a problem either.
The issue of the unlimited drink discount under 117A, I believe, is addressed by their statement that no drink will be discounted more than 50%.
Yes, I agree to that.
I agree with that as well.
So this last issue of, does the discounted drink offerings by Tabbed Out constitute an indirect impermissible gift or service from a manufacturer or wholesaler that may influence the retailer to buy the product?
I mean, if you look at the brand, the agreements with the brand, it specifically says that the Tabbed Out is not required to do digital sampling. That was one of the changes made. It's on page 6 of the brand agreement, the application services agreement under digital sampling. Any digital sampling provided solely at Tabbed Out's expense and not part of the order. No part of the order is contingent upon them offering the digital sampling. So that's not part of the agreement with the brands that digital sampling will be offered. It's solely at Tabbed Out's own discretion when and if they need it to obtain the data that they need to sell to the manufacturers.
How many
I'm sorry, also am I correct in saying the retailer is never going to know that these discounts are happening?
That's correct. It's going to be
So-
on the website.
So,
And it's not specific to the retailer.
so arguably there'd be no influence to buy the product because the retailer would have no clue that it's actually being discounted.
That's correct.
Now, the potential influence would come afterwards when the retailer would review their sales and see there is a spike in sales of a particular brand, and then potentially say, well, I need to stock up on that brand because
But it wouldn't,
everybody's buying it.
that wouldn't be consistent because presumably they're not they're not going to be in the same locations, correct?
That's correct. They're regional and they're offered, throughout a specific region, the discount is offered. And it's also going to be offered on all different brands because they're trying to determine which brands people are drinking.
How many Tabbed Out users are there currently?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I can get back to you with that. You're looking for actual consumers or you're looking for retailers? that use-
Consumers who have
Okay.
Tabbed Out accounts.
In New York?
Or,
New York
or
specific?
Texas, or...
Okay, across
Sure.
country? Okay,
Well, in New York specifically, obviously.
okay.
I mean, with all the other apps that we've had, they've all been working with retailers to offer discounts and, Groupon and so on. But here, without the retailer knowing it, it's really, it's still this issue of an impermissible gift or service for the manufacturer.
If it is, it's certainly indirect, and
But indirect is impermissible as well, right?
yes, and in order to prosecute, we would have to have evidence from that the retailer was making decisions to increase their buys of the product because of this.
The retailer was.
yes.
But what about the fact that the wholesaler is indirectly subsidizing kind of the purchase?
The purchases of the retailer, well, we do have, bar spends are permissible, but those have certain
It's
regulations.
very tight limits.
This, yes, it can be viewed as an indirect subsidy by a wholesaler or a manufacturer, if that's the view that the board takes. I think Tabbed Out's position is that they're an independent, unlicensed entity. They just happen to derive, I would assume, the majority of their profits from manufacturers and wholesalers. They're certainly not tied to any specific manufacturer or wholesaler.
That's correct. They're really in the business of collecting data.
No, I understand that. That's why I want to rule in favor. That data gathering and sharing companies are very valuable in the economy. It's just this concept of if a manufacturer comes in and commissions or asks for certain more data, and then the actions that Tabbed Out takes in connection with that request, or the hiring of that service to provide that service, and what their behavior does at that point in terms of offering certain discounts that could be considered indirect subsidies by the wholesaler or the manufacturer.
I don't think at this point they've really contemplated that part of the business model. Their current business model is selling the data that they've already. So can we maybe limit to that and then have them come back in the event that their business model changes and they want to move forward with getting
So
additional
you
data?
mean you would limit their business model to selling data that they independently gather with and pay and get paid by manufacturers without the manufacturers being able to come back for future data?
Well, without the manufacturers commissioning and giving specific direction for the products.
Can we start there and then we'll come back to the board on our,
Sure.
if we decide to do a plan to move forward?
Yeah, if we start there, then I'm okay with it. I think I'm just thinking, I understand their business model didn't contemplate this, but I'm sure they've never run into the ABCL laws of New York State before, so we're just trying to navigate it so that we can be here once and for all, and they don't have to come back, and they can be successfully, hopefully, running their business. But if we want to start there, then I'd be comfortable with doing that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that as well. I mean, I have less of a problem with this than Commissioner Kim does presently, and maybe it's because I'm just not as smart as he is, but I don't see that I don't have a problem with I just don't see the influence on the retailer with this practice, so I have less of a problem with it, but we can start where he wants to start. I'm fine with that. Okay?
That would be great, and
So- so you're
we will
gonna-
come back to you as we change our business model, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds
So
good?
it's approved, and
Yes.
we'll issue a written decision.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you
thanks.
all for your patience.
Thank you.
76, Nisa Nuri. I've given you the wrong number. It's not 79, it's 76.
76?
Mhm.
76. Oh, sorry. Let's give you this. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the accountant for Nisa Nuri LLC, and this is the applicant Nuri Osbey and his attorney Lou Ciccatelli.
Good morning.
We are here to get a determination on our retail license for a 1,400 square foot wine and liquor store. It's located Erie Boulevard in Schenectady, which is an upcoming area of residential. Plus, it is well traveled during the morning rush hour and the evening rush hour.
Is there any protester there?
No, there's not, Chairman.
Okay.
There's $10,000.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's $10,000 from Inanc I Osbey Inc.
Yes.
Are there other shareholders of Inanc I Osbey Inc. other than Nuri Osbey?
No, he's 100% owner.
I'm just waiting on the numbers for the third closest store. Nothing? USA Liquor?
Is USA Liquor open? That you know of?
Not that I know of.
What do you, meaning that you don't know one way or the other, or you think they're closed?
You got the list off of there.
800 Albany Street?
I do not know one way or the other. Sorry.
You don't know? Okay. 2, 3, 4.
Are you located in a, oh, I'm sorry, I see it here. You're right on the street, the proposed location? It's not in a
Yes.
shopping center?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
It's standalone with its own parking in an area that will be significantly growing in the next year or two.
Why is it going to be growing?
It is near the approved casino site, which will have hotels, and I believe, I'm not sure of the number of residential units, 4.
There's gonna be 25 condos. There's gonna be a couple of apartment complex on State Street and Erie Boulevard. There's just also gonna be another hotel on Erie Boulevard.
So the casino has spurred, as you might imagine, a very robust development track in that area. So both residential, apartment, hotel, all in that area.
How far from the casino location is this site?
Less than a quarter mile.
And they already have been approved in the sense from the city of Schenectady. There's been, it's been granted that, contingent on the SLA approval, that they're okay with his proposal.
Okay. Two closest stores have had increasing sales, but then the two of the 5 closest stores have had decreasing sales. Do you have any population numbers that you can cite to what's going on in this area?
I don't. I'm fairly new to this application, commissioners. I will mention on the applicant's store D, Freeman's Bridge Wine and Liquor, it's got a Schenectady address, but I believe that is really in Glenville. It's really sort of it's over the bridge, which is over the Mohawk River. It's sort of a different neighborhood.
Which one is this?
The last one.
The last one?
Freeman's
Bridge?
Bridge Wine and Liquor.
Okay.
I believe that's Glenville, which is a different.
It's Glenville.
It's Glenville. So it's a different neighborhood, I guess. Is a good way to say that.
Yeah. So with the casino opening and the parking that's available on this, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well based on the development that's clearly happening, and as Commissioner Kim pointed out, the sales of the 2 closest stores are up over the last 2 years. And given the development that's happening, I expect that there will be a need. So I vote to approve.
Good luck.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Lynn.
Is this Minerva?
No, it's connected to the one we just did.
I wonder if mine was.
76 and 132.
You good to go?
What number is this, Jackie?
The first one now?
Yeah.
132C, Hurricane of Newburgh.
Oh, no, Hurricane.
You missed
I
one.
found my Minerva. That's why I was just like,
Morning again, Robert Romano. I'm here with Angelo Balbo, the principal of Hurricane of Newburgh, and we're here to answer any questions, concerns that you may have regarding the application.
What's the hours going to be?
11 to 11 o'clock p.m., 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
11 a.m. to 11 p.m.?
That's right.
If I may offer, this is the menu. It's a franchise company. He owns another one in Poughkeepsie.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
oh, you are?
You're aware of what went on at this place before?
I am, yes.
Hurricane?
And I take it that at your other restaurants, that stuff doesn't happen? No. Okay.
Did you also have a place on Park Avenue South?
I do not.
No?
He wishes.
Not with those rents.
Those rents.
I thought I went to something called Hurricane.
It might be another franchise.
There are 8 locations
Oh,
on
there
Long
are?
Island.
On Long Island?
Yes.
But these are Applebee type.
Right.
All right, no, I think my main concern was the previous license was canceled because it became a focal point for the police. But if they're serving this, I will vote to approve.
I commend you for putting a restaurant there, because I'm very familiar with the area.
Stop by.
I vote to approve as well.
You can take this back. I know these are pretty expensive.
Could we submit that to the?
I'm sure the city of Newburgh is very happy with you.
Do you need this, because it's expanded of what was submitted?
We won't, we can't
Yeah.
scan it in.
I'll figure we can reduce it.
Oh, you want it for the record?
All right.
Because it expands of what we submitted.
Oh, sure.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Gotcha.
Yep, thank you. Good luck.
81, Boardwalk Wine and Spirits.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year.
Happy New
I'm
Year.
Thomas Burke for Boardwalk Wine and Spirits.
Clifton Dockery?
Mr. Dockery is the applicant.
Okay, do we have any protesters here? No? Yes? Would you please come up? You waited for us to call Mr. Oliver instead of just... Oh, really? In all these years, you've never? Well, first time for everything.
Okay, I'm here with two of the four closest, DNS Wines and R&M Fine Wines. DNS is the closest, I believe, at about 350 feet. It's located on Wilson, about 2.5 blocks away. And I believe the sales are basically flat, if not declining. Because he didn't keep a copy of the sales report.
You want to look at it, I can. They're actually, I'll agree with flat. I wouldn't call them declining.
Okay. And then R&M's further away. I believe it's about 2,000 feet away. And its sales are
increasing.
They increased, and then it looks like it'll be flat, right?
No, they're up 100%, based on the numbers I have, they're up 100% over a 3-year period.
Okay, but from 2014 till now,
right,
it'd probably be 450, 460.
Right, he's probably going to have, he's going to be down from the year before, yes.
So R&M is here, DNS is here, and they feel that, the community is adequately served. It doesn't have the public convenience and advantage. Of the 4 closest, I believe 3 are open. DNS is a closed store, and he intends he wants to open it up this year.
Wants to or will?
Will.
Will? When do you plan to open it?
After he gets
Say a couple of months from now.
Oh, no, they're in the opposition.
Yeah, but he still has to file to be approved for the
right.
alteration.
You want a grant
Got it.
So of the 4 closest, he's the only one that's bulletproof?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Well, there's another one.
2 of the 4.
Who's the other one?
It's on Knickerbocker and Cornelia.
Where is it?
Dennis?
Yeah, I think I have it here.
Knickerbocker and Cornelia.
Oh, Knickerbocker Avenue, Neighborhood Liquor
Neighborhood
Corp?
Liquor.
So 2 closest.
Also, I'm sure they'll address this, but I couldn't find a certificate of occupancy for this new location on Halsey. It looks like it's a garage that's been converted with the roll-down gate. It's one.
So the license would be obviously contingent on that.
Right.
If we get that far.
So based on the sales primarily, I don't think there's a lot of new construction, a lot of, the population from 2000 to 2010, 2010 to 2013, it actually declined about 2%, 93,000 to 92,000. That's in the zip code of 11207. Where the new store is going in on the street, it's among a number of 3-family houses, it looks like. It doesn't look like it's commercial right there until you get to the corner of Wilson, and Wilson is the shopping area. So my client's right on Wilson, around the corner, about 350 feet away.
Okay.
First of all, DNS Wines is not 350 feet away. The survey shows that it's 681 feet away. DNS is fully bulletproof, and Troy Liquors, which is not here, is also fully bulletproof.
Is also what?
Fully bulletproof.
And what about, and Knickerbocker's bulletproof as well?
Knickerbocker, that's Neighborhood Liquors, they're partially bulletproof. They
Okay.
had been fully, now they're partially. This is the case where one of the 4 closest stores has written a letter in support of the applicant.
Oh, so there was one.
Yes, you were
I knew
right.
there was one. Which one wrote a letter?
Neighborhood wrote in support.
Neighborhood liquor store?
Yes.
Why?
It's in the submission, I believe.
Yeah, why is that?
They're friends and he doesn't oppose them.
Okay, that's a good reason.
Now, the population has increased from the census of 2000 to the census of 2010 by 7.9%. Since 2010,
For what? The zip code 11207?
the area of Community District 4, which is Bushwick.
Okay.
It increased by what percentage?
7.9%. From 104,358 to 112,634. Those are the census, U.S. Census figures, but I've gotten them from the Brooklyn Community District 4 information. Also, since then, as the Times article would state, there's been a significant influx of young people from 24 to 35, most of them from, many of them from the financial industry into that area, and I think that's supported by the amount of investment by developers in that area. They built 8 new homes on Melrose Avenue. Those homes are priced from $389,000 to $733,000. There are 24 new units on Decatur Street, Wyckoff Avenue, 30 units, Grove Street, 59 units, DeKalb Avenue, 127 units, and the developer who took over Rheingold Brewery has just been given permission to build 1,000 rental units, 30% affordable.
But that's 10 years away.
Well, I don't know how fast they can build 1,000 units. I don't think it's 10 years.
I don't know that that's his intent, is my understanding. I don't know that that's all approved
They
yet.
bought it, and I have an article where it says he has permission.
And where is that? How far away is that?
How far away are you from mine?
From
brewery.
4 blocks.
4 blocks?
Block? All right, so 400 square feet space, how, it's all going to be retail?
Yeah, with a full basement.
Oh, with a full basement?
Is larger than the retail space.
And the basement's all storage?
Yes.
So how did you come to want to open up a liquor store?
Well, I've been active in the community. I've lived in Bushwick, Brooklyn my whole life. I still reside there. As you can see, I'm very active in the community with the church and the schools. I volunteer, and I wanted to open up a business in the community. So I went around, thought about it, and liquor store came to mind just because of the ones that I seen around I didn't like. So I wanted to open up a liquor store.
So yours is going to be an open store?
It's going to be partially open.
Partially open?
Yes.
Partially open for 400
That the
square
wine will
foot
be
space?
accessible.
What's that mean, partially on 400 square feet?
The wine will be accessible, the spirits and the cash will be behind plexiglass.
And what percentage liquor and what percentage wine is?
I would say 60% liquor, 40%.
60%
I mean,
liquor?
sorry, 60% wine, 40% liquor.
So what are you providing that the 3 or 4 closest aren't providing? What do you plan to provide?
A lot of craft wine and spirits, which they don't really have, because I've been to the stores, I've been living there for years. They don't really have craft wine and spirits, and I just want to do things a little bit different. Have a lot of wine tastings.
How are you going to have wine tastings in a closed store?
It's gonna be a nice open space to do a tasting. What else? Tastings, a website, social media, because that's what that area wants.
70% of the population in Bushwick is Hispanic, and Mr. Dockery will carry the 10 most popular liquors and wine brands with a Latin or Spanish history.
Which is what?
Which is Bacardi, Captain Morgan, Havana Club, Appleton Estate, Don Julio, Patron.
Those sound like they're popular with every ethnic group. And you're saying the others don't sell that? I'm pretty sure.
I'm not saying they don't, I'm
Right.
saying Mr. Dockery will.
Got it. So the main issue here is, you're from the community. I think even though you lack experience in the liquor industry, that you've been very involved and you would be, I think, a potentially very good operator. The problem is you're opening up a 400 square foot space, partially closed. and we have 681 feet from the closest store. So there's not really, as well as the four others being within close proximity as well. And without offering anything really different, the location is the problem, not you as the applicant. So that's what I'm having a tough time
Well, actually,
addressing
the
here.
stores, a DNS is 681 feet away, but it's also 2.5 blocks away on a different street. Neighborhood is actually 5.5 blocks away.
Well, 2.5 blocks away, but this proposed location is almost on the corner, so you're talking about 2.5 blocks down Wilson Avenue.
Commissioner, have you seen DNS wine?
No, unless somebody invited me that
I mean, I submitted a picture in the submission.
okay.
I mean-
I've seen the picture.
I mean, it's a bulletproof store. We know what it looks like. I'm sure it
Just
looks
the
like every
exterior-
other bulletproof store.
It's just the exterior of the store. I didn't show you a picture of the interior. You could, and there's even there's even a Yelp review saying that they don't have a proper selection of wine or sparkling wine, that if there was another store closer to my house, I wouldn't shop there.
But they have the best sales in the neighborhood.
Somebody's shopping there.
What about the new constructions? Well, as you mentioned, their sales are flat. But the other stores, neighborhood just opened in April of 15, and in that short period of time, from April 1st to June 30th, they did $107,000. And Troy Liquors, which didn't protest, was open from January 1st of 15 until June 30th, they made $231,000 in sales. And as you mentioned, R&M saw a 35% increase between 213 and 214. I mean, if DNS's sales are flat, perhaps because it's not a very attractive store.
Yeah, that may be, but I don't know that it doesn't sound like to me that your client's store is going to be that much more attractive. I tend to agree. My issue with this is how close it is to the other stores, and it really seems like it's just another one of the 4 or 5 closest ones to me.
This is another story of a neighborhood in transition. The liquor stores in this neighborhood is...
Yeah, and that could be. I'm not disagreeing with you, but he's not bringing anything new that would...
Bringing a new store.
Well, that doesn't... It's not enticing. You're talking about all these people coming in, these young people.
Right.
Well, we know what these young people want. They don't want bulletproof stores.
Right.
Well, that's what he's giving us.
Well, he's given us half a bulletproof store.
Well, so either he's not really confident that the neighborhood is changing that much, or...
Well, he's been a resident all his life. He knows the neighborhood better than anyone.
I'm sure he does. I'm just commenting on that I am in agreement with Commissioner Kim. Based on how close he is to these other stores, the sales numbers I'm seeing, I don't see the convenience. I don't see anything that's being added here.
I mean, just the new and attractive store is adding to the neighborhood.
But that's my point.
You keep saying attractive, and we're saying it's partially close and 400 square feet, and you're going to have wine tastings, and I'm just trying to envision how you would space it out, and if there's a beautiful design that you have in mind that, we haven't seen it.
Well, the idea that he's going to have all the wines will be accessible. They're not behind
That's what
any
partially closed means.
Yeah, when you
that-
say partially closed, you mean that the liquor and the cash is behind plexiglass, all the wines are accessible to the public, and in that area, they'll have the tastings. I don't think any of the other stores, other than Neighborhood, has tastings. And that's what the young people who are moving into this area want.
Again, I think the applicant would make a potentially fine licensee. The location is my issue. It's a small footprint, but you have 1,000 square foot, 3,700 square foot, another 900, 600, and a 1,360 square foot space within 0.7 miles. If you came forward with a open design and said that's what's going to attract all the influx of new residents there, then that's something to be considered. more seriously, but at this time, not seriously, but it would be more likely that I'd be convinced that a public convenience advantage would be added, but given this application, I have to deny.
I have to deny as well. Based on the sales numbers, there is one store, R&M, that has done significantly well, but the other stores are either flat or decrease, or we just don't have enough information on them.
Those two are new.
And we have 5 stores within 0.7 miles, 4 stores within 0.5 miles, which is all very close. So I have to vote to deny as well. And I probably would, if it was an open store, I would take that into account much more readily. The fact that this is really just another one very similar to the 5 that are there, I don't see the convenience or advantage, so I have to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
123, Brandon Lee.
So all that for a sale to minor?
No, this is the next one.
Oh, your offer of 6,500? I accept.
I accept.
Okay.
I don't know how he sold to a 17-year-old, though.
I can't
That's
answer
pretty
that
bad.
question.
109, 700 Spirits.
I am in opposition. Leonard Fogelman opposing 700 Spirits.
Are they, why don't you let him put his name on the record?
Good morning, Happy New Year. Robert Bookman from Bozeski and Bookman for the applicant. We were not aware of any opposition. We received notice from our FOIL response as of noon on Thursday, and there was none then. So I assume it came in late, so it'll be news to me.
It came in today.
No, I got it on the 23rd.
Well, no, that's dated the 23rd.
Oh, I don't know when I got it.
It was sent in on the 30th.
On the 30th, so we weren't either, so.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, we just...
Scanned in on the 31st.
I will listen very carefully then.
As you always do.
This is Jim Parisi.
Mr. Bookman, you
Want to read along?
you can have that.
This is the principal of Haymarket, Jim Parisi, who's had a store since mid 2014.
Yeah, since late July 2014.
My client's store is the closest, and it is exactly the same number of feet, 681, as the previous application that you just denied. His store is 681 feet away. The next closest 3 stores are 1,234 feet, 1,343 feet, and 1,630 feet. As you can see from the poster that's on the board there, each of those spots show stores within 3,000 feet, which is 7/10 of a mile. There are 18 stores within 7/10 of a mile. Which certainly seems to be a high degree of oversaturation, as is now, without this new store becoming the 19th store within 7/10 of a mile. The population of the area is minimally decreasing, but it's certainly not increasing. 700 Spirits previously applied for a liquor store, which was disapproved in December of 2014. In that decision, the authority wrote that the applicant has not submitted any evidence, nor has it made any argument that it would offer any products or services that are not already available at the existing package stores. The applicant concedes that there has been no increase in the population in the community as a whole, but claims that the population in the immediate vicinity of Washington Street is on the rise, and suggests that the applicant's store would enhance the area, close quote. The same arguments can be made in this case. The Washington Street application is within a few blocks of the new application by 700 Spirits. As discussed previously there's been a decreasing trend in population in an area where there are 18 liquor or wine stores within 3,000 feet. What can the applicant bring to the neighborhood that is not already there? My client has been there only since mid-2014. I presented you with several exhibits. Since he's there, he's faced tremendous difficulties because of construction, road closings, etc. If you look at my Exhibit 5, which I have in my submission, there's a Restoration Hardware store construction that started in November of 2014. That construction, as you can see, has scaffolding, fencing, etc., which makes it very difficult for anybody to even to find his store. There are signs that say sidewalk closed, use other side of the street. There's uninviting fencing and scaffolding that keep customers away.
That's, I appreciate all that, but that's not really something we are going to consider.
Okay.
I understand I can see his sales numbers. I understand he's having trouble, but.
His sales are low, and this certainly isn't helping his sales. And based on the fact that there's 18 stores within 0.7 of a mile, the area is being adequately served by the current liquor stores. There's no evidence that there's any demand in this neighborhood for another store, and we believe that public convenience and advantage will not be served by the granting of this license.
Well, just looking at the sales numbers for the next three closest, I don't know if you've had a chance to see those. They've all increased.
Yes.
Some significantly.
We are aware of the increase in sales from the...
So that doesn't indicate to you that there is a need. Now, I realize his store probably hasn't had a chance to affect that yet.
Exactly. My store hasn't had a chance to affect that yet. And also, if you take into consideration all three stores, they're serviced by, specifically if you look at Chelsea Wine Vault, their sales rely, and their numbers rely on, they also offer storage as well as retail sales. So a lot of their numbers come from the storage facility, as well as the area north of them has had a...
What do you mean storage? For retail storage?
No, for wine. For wine.
So collectors?
Yes. So people can actually store wine at Chelsea Wine Vault in a specific area.
The storage part? No, right?
The private collection sales?
No, not
the storage.
Just the storage, I believe.
These are only actual sales, right?
Okay.
Point
So
of sale.
so if we take that out even, all right, they rely heavily on, it's basically inside of a mall. And that's a large tourist area.
Let's take them out.
It's a large, so you take that out, plus the area north of there, just to mention from a residential area, that area is growing quite well up in Chelsea. There's a lot of expansion going on there. A lot of new residents have come online. If you look at Manly's and/or the other shops, those areas are serviced not only from the area in District 79, which is the direct area of mine. Let me show you.
Point it out to a moment. District 79?
Well, this is, if you go to the U.S. Census map, all right, it would be from West 14th Street down to about Hudson and down to about, I believe it's West 10th or West 10th Street, I believe, or maybe, this is an area, a census area, right in here, right kind of where my hand is expanding. If you take that, this area serves not only here, but it also serves over here. Same thing over here. Not only does it serve down here, it serves out here, okay? I'm the only store that services, the majority of my sales come right from District 79. I have not had a chance to even get established. My increases in sales, sure, I've had an increase of sales that are not even reported, between, as I'm being discovered in the neighborhood, I've had an increase of sales, not substantially increases, but probably 55% of my revenue in 2014 could actually be attributed to numbers that are not on that sheet.
You're going to have to return to the
Yeah, if you can
microphone to get
please
it on the-
return so we can get it on the record, otherwise.
Absolutely, sorry.
I won't record it. Mr. Fogelman could play your
Okay.
Keep your palm.
So that is sure, absolutely.
Just to give you this blue dot is the applicant. This is my client's store at 681, and all of these lines and all of these red dots represent the 18 stores.
Mhm. Sure. And more as different, more and more as delivery becomes, and phone services and internet services and different microservices, it's becoming, it's becoming an area that's really actually saturated with wine stores. You can talk about increases, but how many more stores are we supposed to put in here before we say, okay, is everyone supposed to maintain a minimal? Rents in this area are, extraordinary. Where is the breaking point, I guess? I might be speaking too much.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just, again, not to defend my store, per se, but from this area, from a residential standpoint, from here to West 12th, which is about here, that's where my residential,
I got it.
that's where my residential. I get a little up here, a couple out here, a couple out here, but that's because they find for the services that I provide. I do something different. I'm not a general liquor store.
Right.
These guys are all general liquor stores.
You're an exclusively wine store?
No, I'm not specifically a wine store.
We gotta go to,
Okay.
I offer about 15% of my business is liquor. The majority of it is, the rest of it, 15 to 20% is liquor. The balance of it is wine.
Okay, thank you. Did you, Mr. President?
Can you take this one? I need the space. Sure.
Thank you. No. Same thing up there. Basically the same thing.
Doesn't get part of the record unless I get it.
Robert Bookman for the applicant again. This first, a few points before I get to my presentation, while it's fresh in my mind, a few points of the opposition's presentation. I guess the answer to his rhetorical question of how many liquor stores in the area are enough, I guess a year and a half ago when he was applying to be the 18th, I guess the answer then was 18. But I guess 19 is his line in the sand. I think it's a little that'd be a little disingenuous.
Move on from that one.
That was doing the transfer of an existing store.
No. So, if you look at the, if you look at the map which I presented to you, and as you already pointed out, Mr. Chairman, and I guess the reason why there's no other opposition from the other three stores, they're doing quite well. This area, one has 18% growth, another 18% growth, another 7% growth, 4 million, 7 million, almost 2 million when you extrapolate the first half of the year data, to a full year data. So there is clearly and they're increasing. So this neighborhood is clearly, this area is buying a lot of products from package stores, and increasingly so. And if you look at the data concerning the area, you could see why. Of those 25 and older, the data wasn't for 21 and older, those 25 and older, 82% have college degrees or higher, which is one of the highest percentages in the state. And more significantly, adjusted gross income in the last decade in the state has increased 29% statewide. In this zip code, it's increased 100%. The adjusted gross income is $253,000 now. So it is an extraordinarily affluent area, one of the most affluent areas in the entire state of New York. So it is not a surprise that they are buying a lot of alcohol products.
Are you trying to say rich people drink more?
I'm trying to say rich people can afford to drink more. They can certainly, afford, interesting products, which brings me to how we intend to differentiate ourselves from the nearest store, the one who's opposed here today. Listen, you know well that public convenience and advantage does not mean, a guarantee of success for any particular store. Hard to figure out necessarily, hearing it for the first time today, why this new store, he says it's a transfer, why this new store is not doing well.
Let me,
Could be a variety of reasons.
this actually, that was a transfer, but the previous owner was approved by the members in 2014, and then it was transferred 6 months later to this gentleman, so it's still a brand-new store.
So it's still a brand new, it's still the 18th, it's the most recent store, it's still the 18th in the big 7/10 of a mile.
Retail square footage of the proposed premises?
We have 1,100 square feet on the selling floor. So, I mean, maybe it's the construction, maybe it's their location. Based on where they thought their market share is going to come from, which is all south of them, they're a little far north of where that, of where they want their market share to be. Our store is actually right in the center of the area that they agree there's been a large growth of residential development in the far west side of Upper Greenwich Village. On our block alone, there's over 600 apartment units. Our building is 318 just on ours. Another 200 on the 110 Horatio. Another 99 and 84 Jane. It is these people's convenience that we are here to address today. We also, there are very few parking garages in the area. We have a parking garage right on our block, literally across the street from the store. The people who have monthly spaces, who park there, it would be to their convenience and advantage to be able to have a package store across the street from where they park. I understand that that may not help this particular opposition, but that's not the issue. Also, we will differentiate ourselves because, according to his website, and I quote, we focus on natural wines from sustainable, organic, or biodynamic growers. Laudable focus, but perhaps his focus is not doing that well for this neighborhood with such a small store. That's his business choice. We intend to focus on New York State wineries and distilleries. We intend to devote anywhere from 15 to 20% of our display space on that, because from our shopping at his store, he has carries very minimal and none of the brands that we presented to you. Yes, Chelsea Wine Vault has some, but nobody has as extensive, as we will. So I think, when taken all together, when you look at the demographics, when you look at the other stores, with the exception of this one, when you look at the large selection of New York State products that we're going to have, it's a minor point, but just to point out that their delivery, they charge for delivery. We are going to have, a free delivery for a $25 order or more. We will have free delivery. We will have a website with in-store pickup. They charge $5 for delivery for under $100. And only over $100 is at free delivery. So our focus is different. I don't think that we're not going to be carrying any decent-sized selection of natural wines from sustainable, organic, or biodynamic growers. So to the extent that he feels that that's a long-term success for him, we will not be any competition for that.
Where is 100 Washington Street?
How far away is this location from the one that was rejected in?
0.3 miles.
0.3 miles,
It was on 100 Washington Street.
700 miles.
Right, about 3 blocks south of where we were.
Where is 700 Washington Street on that map, basically? Can you tell me?
Approximately.
Or maybe the applicant could probably tell me better. Or
No, I think I know quite where it is. It is an area that's actually serviced by more.
that's 700 Washington Street right there? Right next to Charles Lane?
Yes.
Between Charles Lane and
Okay.
actually on the corner of Perry Street.
Perry Street, oh, okay.
So obviously my client is interested in this location.
Right.
Given that rejection, we decided to move farther away from the large selection of stores that were there that was serving that area, and we moved much further away from much further away from all of that. So we think it's substantial.
For 3 blocks.
Well, 3 blocks and a half is,
We're not talking Rensselaer. 3.5, 4 blocks away from those other stores is a substantial difference, especially given the large residential concentration where we're currently located on, and his store, which is a couple of blocks north of us, again, small store focusing on different products.
I understand he's the only one here.
Yeah.
But I'm not focusing on him.
Okay.
I'm focusing on the fact that there are 18 stores within however many feet, as Mr. Fogelman pointed out, 3,000 feet. And in an area that I don't see population increase in. So you keep pointing him out, and I understand he's the guy.
Because he's here. Because he's here. I mean, I don't want to pick on him, but everybody else's sales are extremely healthy and growing.
And that's not the only thing we take into account.
Of course not, but it's an indicia that
and they have
that we're not overly saturated.
Well, but you also can acknowledge that that store's only been open a year and has not really affected the sales and is going to.
I acknowledge the first portion. I don't necessarily we don't know. It's too speculative on the second portion. Given the size of his store.
There's my problem.
Given the size of his location and given his focus, according to his website, he may see, rapid increases in the future once the construction is done, or he may not.
Right.
But we're not going to be competing with him on those types of products.
Are you not going to have organic wine?
It's, a couple of SKUs. It's not our focus. He's already serving that. Why would we want to try to compete in that area? People who want that will still go to him for that. People who want New York State wines or a more convenient location for their average products will come to us. That's what it's supposed to be about. What's in the public convenience and advantage, not a business protection plan.
Well, nobody's...
I'm not claiming that you're saying that. I'm not anywhere...
I mean, we have a prior disapproval really in this, it's a tenth of a mile away.
I'm not saying this is a completely different neighborhood, but my client is focused,
and it's not a small store she's putting up.
It'll be a second and final attempt here at trying to get into this neighborhood. It will be like in the Old West, we will be the farthest western point for a liquor store, in that neighborhood. Everything else is, much further east. There's a lot of residential far west now, which didn't exist a decade ago. We'd be there for those people.
Your second closest store, you say they are increasing, but for a rent in Manhattan there, that's still not making a huge living. 1.4, 1.5, or...
Yeah, no, right. That's
not rolling in it.
That's...
That's Covey on
B,
Hudson.
Covey. Yeah, Covey, correct. But it was 18%. But if you do the math, it's an 18% increase from year to year.
But your store is going to be over twice the size of that store.
Covey is...
150 square feet.
850 square feet. We're not being
twice the size of all of these stores.
1,100 is not twice 850 in my math.
2,600 square feet.
No.
No, but it's 1,100 of retail space.
And that's what they're doing. We're a couple hundred square feet.
Well, no, I mean, Council's right. The square footage we have is the total size of the store, so your store is twice as big.
Yeah, but my understanding is people, on that question, is their selling space, not their store.
Oh, that could be.
Mr. Fogelman, when you represented the prior licensee before Haymarket Wine transferred in, was that model also kind of focused on the organic wine? No? He said no, so...
I think Mr. Parisi knows what
All
was
right.
there before
Okay.
than I do.
Well, why don't you talk into the microphone?
Okay, sure.
At the original store, the store was predominantly focused on French wines, being that the two owners were French-based, so I would say it was probably 80% French wines.
What percentage of your wines are organic?
Probably anywhere from
naturally
30,
sourced?
35 to 40%, okay? And if
Which means that 60% of his product.
Yeah.
What about New York State?
New York State,
How many SKUs?
if you want to get into ciders, if you want to get into spirits, probably
Those are
about,
SKUs.
probably
Give me
about 40 SKUs in a store my size, okay? Now let's
Do you
also
carry
talk-
Bedell?
I don't carry Bedell. I carry Palmanac, okay?
Okay.
I carry, and if you want to talk about promotion, I've actually had these wineries in my store promoting that, okay? I did a tasting for Google recently. The executives at Google wanted me to do a sparkling wine tasting. One of the wines that was majorly featured and showed very well was Palmanac champagne. So I emphasize that. If you look at my Thanksgiving wines, Weimer from the Finger Lakes is done it. I believe if these guys say they're not going to have natural wines, if we're talking about organic wines versus natural wines, they should realize
Sorry
that
to cut
most
you
New
off.
York-
I'm just going
Let
to
me
cut you
just say
off.
one more
No,
thing.
I'm going to cut you off
Okay.
because I'm ready to vote on this.
Okay,
Are
I'm
you,
sorry.
You ready?
I guess.
So, I think we had approved this Haymarket Wine LLC in July of 2014 as a transfer of a license we had also issued in 2014. So, for all intents and purposes, it is a new store. and I think we approved it knowing that at the time, there were still these other 17 stores within 3,000 square feet, 3,000 feet, sorry, 3,000 feet of the proposed premises. And I think part of probably what came into consideration was the fact that you were going to focus on the organic wines and carry the percentage that you are of those wines relative to your small square footage of 600 square feet. And I think, as Chairman pointed out, the other previous denial was located, I would say, maybe 5-6 blocks, not necessarily 3 blocks away. But given that this west side, they're not zoning for these super high rises, and that the population hasn't shown an increase, I think for now, we really need more time to see what the numbers for Haymarket will come in. So I vote to deny at this time.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't see any population increase. I don't think we can get, he's clearly, I know Mr. Bookman disagrees with me, but he is going to have some level of impact on these other stores. And until we see where he is at least a year or more from now, it's very difficult to put another store there, given that there is 18 stores within 3,000 square feet. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
But you did give a wonderful presentation, Mr. Bookman.
And thank you for your consideration.
91, Spectrum Restaurant. It's a reconsideration request.
Is it grant? Send notice to Mr. Wayne Peterson. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we need to, exactly.
Oh.
Can't represent. So clear, right. You have grant also, right?
This is you too?
Robert Bookman from Kozetzky and Bookman here to beg for reconsideration.
No, I understand. So this case...
Did you read my affidavit?
Yes, we did.
And it's rare that I would do a personal affidavit, but I had a personal conversation with this expediter, and as
Here?
No, I would have nothing to do with him.
Well, I think the way
I want to talk to him. That's
I'm sure you do.
So my inkling here is to grant the reconsideration and return to licensing, and then we also want to send a notice to Mr. Wayne Peters, the representative who admitted to you that he falsified these documents that he submitted to us, and until he responds to us, also make certain that he can't represent any other applicant until we clarify what really went on with his actions.
Well, let me,
I
before
think
you...
you can just simply refer it to the local police precinct.
Or we could refer to
I mean,
local police precinct.
My client, is
They act on it?
Yes.
They might. My client,
should.
let me just...
Their job.
Let me just update you.
Go ahead.
Let me just update
Okay,
you.
go.
This is my understanding of what happened. He filed the application as an expediter, got approved, he got a conditional approval letter. One of the conditions was show the Consumer Affairs license for the existing enclosed sidewalk cafe, which he had also filed at Consumer Affairs, I later learned. He apparently panicked, rather than giving you an affidavit, when he pick up the license saying we will not use the enclosed portion of the cafe until such time as that license is approved, a standard operating procedure with licensing, a courtesy, the agency provides. He admitted to me that I quote messed up and forged a Consumer Affairs
Our licensing
license.
staff actually.
You guys noticed that. Kudos to you. You sent it to Consumer Affairs. I've been consulting with Consumer Affairs and their counsel's office concerning what the status of that application was.
What is it?
It went to counsel's office to review. They also investigated, determined that he was a victim here, and as you can see, last week they issued the Sidewalk Cafe license.
Okay.
I just gave you a copy. So I would ask, you to do the same thing. This guy is really hurting. It's a standard neighborhood, restaurant.
He just did. We're going to send it back to licensing, and you should be fine.
Okay.
Listen, Rob.
But we're more concerned about Mr. Peters.
No, I agree. I was just hoping that we're not going to be held up for your investigation of this crook. Okay.
No,
Thank you.
Nothing to do with
That might
Then
So,
thank you.
yeah, this is sent back to licensing.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good luck.
17, TRK Pub.
Oh, sorry. On both our copies. Offer of 2,000?
Yeah,
Accept.
Thank you. That was a great argument, I mean.
Busy man today.
Yeah.
Oh, Abdi's.
Is this 114, Jackie?
17. TRK Pub?
No, we just
did that. Oh, you did? I'm
We
sorry.
accepted 2,000. This is the Uncle
How about that?
Abby's.
114, Uncle
Uncle
Abby's.
AB's
Sorry.
Deli, Second Avenue Deli. My understanding is one of you commissioners, Mr. Chairman, requested this be on the calendar for today. My last conversation with CEO O'Brien was to hold this off pending the issuance by the city's Department of Buildings of the C of O for the second floor. This is an alteration of the Second Avenue Deli, which they're proposing to expand to the second floor. The community board opposed because they believe that zoning doesn't allow for such an expansion. I spoke to the architect, who's Ron Livian, who's the former borough superintendent of Buildings Department for Manhattan. He disagrees. But I figured rather than have a we said, they said, we can't use the space until we get the C of O anyway, so I thought it would be more productive if we wait a few weeks. He tells me he's a few weeks away from getting the C of O issued, and then we would come back to you, and then you could make your determination.
Is that the community board's only issue? Which appears to me that it is.
Well, that, and they felt that the work that was being done there was they complained about the work being done. It resulted in a revocation of the work permit. We meaning the client and Livian, filed a reconsideration, which was granted on September 29th, and I have a copy of that for you.
Well, I thought their issue was that you also went to us for the second floor without notifying them.
Well, clearly not true, because we were there. They did the resolution.
We definitely notified them, and they opposed.
No, in January 2015, they became aware that the applicant had proceeded to the SLA unbeknownst to CB8, and that SLA granted a license for the second floor of the establishment.
Which is clearly not true. You didn't grant anything. We have an application pending.
So why would they
Yeah,
put
I
it in the
mean-
resolution?
So you were there when this resolution was voted on?
We were there actually twice, because as a result of the initial rescission of the buildings department, we withdrew the alteration application, and then we refiled it once we knew that buildings department agreed that the second floor, in fact, ultimately could be converted, into restaurant use.
And that's, obviously, that construction's going on currently.
Correct.
So we don't really need to do anything.
You don't need to do anything yet.
All right.
Either I get a C of O or I don't get a C of O.
Okay, so come back to us.
That's what I think. Thank you.
So this is over with no date.
Yeah, we gonna do over, or you just wanna?
Way over, yeah, I don't want to refile and go back to them a third time. Just
All
way
right, over with no date,
And
yes.
just to be clear, the notification to the community board for the alteration was sent in on 8/13. So we didn't
Yeah.
notify it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
83, third level, it's a request for reconsideration. Anybody come up?
You the audience of one on this one, considering Commissioner Jim voted for it?
Say that again?
Yes,
Thank
this is the
you.
one you,
Oh. I don't know, I'm allowed to chime in, no?
go ahead.
Right.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning, still, I think. In.
Oh, it's afternoon.
It's afternoon, all right. In our first hearing,
Can you put your names on the record?
oh, sure, I'm Wilson Diaz, and this is my partner Vicente de la Cruz. All right, so in our first hearing, we had a split decision. We were informed that all 5 of the closest stores reported 15% losses. At the time, we did not have the documents prior, but we requested the full documents after the hearing and realized that none of the stores showed 15% losses, or pretty much close to it. The three stores showed dramatic increase in sales, that's JMA, Reyes, and Cabana. Alvin showed losses of 0.97% in 2013 and 3.3% in 2014, whereas Bronx showed losses of 7.85% in 2013 and then loss of 3.81% in 2014.
Yeah, but that's, like, The numbers, I'll go to West Bronx, the closest store is West Bronx Liquor. From 11 to 12, it went down 6%. From 12 to 13, it went down 9%. And from 13 to 14, it went down 4%. So between 11 and 14, it went down 24%, or 19%, I'm sorry.
From,
Over a 3-year period.
From West Bronx, we're looking at West Bronx, from 2013 to 2000.
No, from 2011 to 2014, there's a drop of 19%.
Okay, what do you have in 2013, from 2012 to 2013? You said 9?
No, 2011
Okay.
to 2014. Over a 3-year period, there was a 20 or 19% drop.
Okay.
Alvin's Wine and Liquor over a 3-year period was a 24% drop.
Alvin's?
Yeah, it went down 20% between 11 and 12. It went down 1% between 12 and 13, and it went down 3% in 13-14. So there's not a significant increase.
But we have, no, for Alvin and West Bronx are the only two that we saw losses.
The only one, I will grant you that Cabana has a significant increase.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And Alvin's, you see a dramatic reverse in the trend of losses, from 20% to less than 1% in 2013, and then 3%
Yes.
in 2014.
I would agree with that as well.
All right, so it's 11 all. And then we also spoke to representatives from both Southern and Empire, and they confirmed, we were just trying to gauge.
So let me, I read your submission, and I don't want to waste anybody's time here, including yours. What's the, you're going to do an open store, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And who is bulletproof here?
All of them.
Okay.
In fact,
Is there any protesters here?
yeah, I think they're over there.
Okay, I'm going to grant the reconsideration.
So they
Mr. Kim?
Yes,
So let them speak.
yeah, I'll grant the reconsideration.
All right, so let me hear from the protesters.
My name is Fernando Jimenez from Cabana. The reason that we're here is not only because of a decrease or increase in our sales, but because there was just a new store allowed to be open 600 feet away from us across the
Is that JMA Wines and Liquors?
That is correct, and they're about to open, and that's gonna,
No, they are open, correct?
well, they're not open yet.
Where's that one?
The 181st and Raya Avenue, that was done on September, I believe, or October.
Are you familiar with the store that we just granted?
The only one I can see is the JMA Wines on East.
Where's the store you're talking about?
It's 181st and Raya Avenue.
I have a new one from 2014 at 183rd.
That was done on 2015 on.
He's talking about one in September of this year at 181st.
181st?
It's JMB, I believe it is.
JMA? 183rd Street?
No, it's 181st.
181st for sure, right?
They are located in 2095 Grand Concourse between 180 and 181st. They are right on 181st and Riot Avenue.
Yep.
Yeah, that was when we felt that because it was on the other side of the Grand Concourse.
Oh, we granted that in September?
That was
Yes.
granted in
Yes.
September, has not been issued to
Still, yeah,
date.
it's still pending.
Right.
They just got the sign, they put the sign in
Oh,
3
they
days
put the sign
ago.
up. Oh, so
They
that
have-
wasn't before us, right?
Yes.
That's not one of the 4 closest, but it is close to you.
It is
Well,
close
it's
to
not
us.
licensed yet.
You know, we have Irving.
Oh, it would have been one of the 4 closest?
I don't
Yeah.
know, it might have been,
Can we
but
check?
it's got no gross sales or
Right,
something. We
right.
haven't
He's saying
even
they
issued
just
the
put the
license.
sign up, yeah.
We haven't issued
Yeah,
the license.
the sign is up. I mean,
Check the address. What's the address on that
It
one?
would be because it's,
226.
I can do that.
226 181st Street.
because it's on the other side of the
It's
Grand.
on the other side
It's
of Grand
closer to the
Concourse.
proposed?
Yes.
Because it's on the other side of the Grand Concourse.
Yes, that is correct. So basically, that's definitely going to diminish our sales due to the fact that most of our clientele are coming on the east side of Grand Concourse and 181st because there was a closed store that was on 181st and Valentine that closed like 2 years ago.
So this one's really on the other side. Is this on the same, is that the one you're complaining about on the same side of the Grand
No,
Concourse?
it's across the Grand Concourse, but our clientele is coming from there and from behind us. And if there's a store going to be open already on the east side, if we go to the website and open another store, basically
we basically gonna
You're like squeezed in the middle?
squeeze in the middle. I mean, already squeezed in the middle by, in the north side by Irving that moved from 183rd to 182nd.
So it wouldn't be the close.
It would.
It would be close to being
It
close.
would be one of the, yeah.
It could be the third, fourth, you know, if
Yeah,
they're
it
all
could be the
point
third,
three
fourth,
there.
or fifth.
I believe back in March or April,
It would be put into be considered.
the board allowed Irving liquor store to move from 183rd to 182nd, and that also squeezes. And we just trying to be liable to continue our business.
Okay, is there somebody else here?
There you go.
You're Cabana, right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Man Shigan, and I come from West Bronx Wine and Liquors. And I believe I sent to the member of applicant. I believe you have one of those already. And there are 3 more stores, 4, 5 blocks from third level, beside the foreclosed store. And it's a 5 block from Burnside to 183rd Street, and it's only 4 block between Jeremy Avenue to Grand Concourse. So when you see the map, they have 7 stores already. And most of the store is very small, and our sale is decreased since 2011.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that new one that hasn't picked up its license yet bulletproof?
Yeah.
Yes, it is what approved.
Okay.
I think we need to put approved licenses on the 4 closest somehow. We should just add it in as a notation, even if they haven't picked up their license, just because otherwise we might miss.
Well, we might not know.
We might not know.
We've got the examiner looking at the addresses, it's not an issued license, they're going into our GIS system, so we can try to,
Yeah, maybe if we can somehow figure out the
We'll
approved,
try.
but yeah, that's internal.
The truth of the matter is that we're trying to do something different here.
Well, why don't you tell, what are you gonna be different?
We're going to do an open concept, on display, 80% of what's on display on the store is going to be wine. We can actually have, a few months back, we had someone mock up, actually, wineracks.com, we're looking to buy the racks from them, mock up, what we would probably want the store to look like.
So you're gonna be 80% wine? How much New York wine, if any?
We were trying to say a significant amount of wine. Actually, we actually visited some of the wineries out in Long Island, Duck Walk and Pinder, and we really want to showcase pretty much a variety of products, including a high percentage of New York State products here. We try to be a one-of-a-kind store, not only in the area, but maybe perhaps the Bronx, as you can see. We want to focus on education. You saw our statement. We try to really, again, educate on some of the brands, single malt liquor, Scotch whiskeys, and some of those popular brands, those types. Again, something totally different. And we want to be in line with what the city wants to do, which is draw foot traffic to the Jerome area, the Jerome Avenue area.
How big is that new store?
It's 840 square feet.
No, not you, the one that's not.
Apologies.
So not exactly where this store is on Ryer Avenue. It's right here. Not sure it doesn't have your 4 closest, because this Cabana, the gentleman that came in, and I was on Grand Concourse.
I see, okay.
And these are the.
And you're here?
Yeah. Right. So Ryer office on the other side of Grand Concourse.
Okay.
And again.
So just so it was clear, he's just showing us a map that, showing us approximately where the other store that was licensed in September is.
And that's 865 square feet.
And it's 865 square feet.
All right, and in regards to the locations, right, and this is something that I want to emphasize, because like I mentioned in the first hearing, we're both from the Bronx. I live in the Bronx, and I work on Fordham Road. I'm a teacher right at Roosevelt, and I understand the Bronx. People don't even cross, if you live on one side of Grand Concourse, you don't even cross Grand Concourse. It's like an expressway. People don't even cross that way to shop on the other side, much less Ryer,
affecting a store on Jerome Ave. It's absurd. So the more we broaden the map, when the gentleman mentioned 7 stores, we can get a bigger map and put 40 stores and get all the closest stores.
But even
when
if you
talk
don't
about
go to Grand Concourse, you have 5 like surrounding the proposed area that you're talking about on your side of Grand Concourse.
I was just referring to the addition of the Wire Ave store that was mentioned earlier.
Forget that one.
Even the Grand Concourse ones, you're talking about 4 Aves away. Yeah. All right, on Grand Concourse, there are 2 major avenues in the Bronx. You have Grand Concourse and you have Jerome, 2 of the major Aves in the Bronx. All right, so we don't have nearly the same foot traffic. We have 2 different train lines. So Grand Concourse has the B&D train line. We have a totally different 4 line. So we have completely different foot traffic and car traffic. So the Grand Concourse stores, to me, when we were first looking for a location for a store, we didn't even consider that being an issue.
Truth of the matter is that there is significant space between the stores. If you look at the map objectively.
And at the end of the day, we're doing we're making the difference. We're doing the open concept, something that none of these stores, despite whether stagnant sales or losing sales in the past, haven't changed anything.
But isn't the reason that they're not open stores? I'm a former Bronx ADA. That is a high crime area. I would not personally work in an open liquor store in that area. You feel comfortable doing that?
We do. I'm extremely familiar with the area. Like I said, I work on Fordham. I did my master's at Lehman College on Jerome Avenue. I know the area. And that particular area is industrial-like with a lot of auto shops in Jerome. You have a lot of car traffic from the I-95. And speaking of car traffic, we looked into securing parking for that car traffic in the neighboring businesses. And we do. And I have my nephew is a cop in the area in the 4-4 precinct, which is on 167 in Jerome. And we discussed all this when we were looking for an area in the Bronx.
And it's 1888.
We want to be part of the revitalization. We want to be part of the change. And it's coming. It's just.
I'm going to look up the distances here.
Yes,
but it's coming. It's coming, and we're trying to get there before we can afford it anymore.
How close is E&G liquor store to you guys?
E&G? E&G, 1888 Jerome Avenue.
1888 Jerome Avenue, that's 100.
Yeah, that's over a mile. We looked at it.
176th Street?
That's like a
That's 100.
179, okay, so 176 down here. No, we approved a license there in March of this year.
In January.
In January. And it
January
issued
of
in March.
2015?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's down, that's on 176.
Yeah, because down Jerome, the closest one is over a mile.
I'm going to do it exact here.
Okay.
Oh, I have to vote again?
Yes. Definitely a mile, right?
Yeah, it's far.
I mean, look, based on location and sales, normally I would have denied this, and I think I approved it last time because of the open store model. The more I hear about the saturation and locations of all the other stores, makes me reconsider, but, I voted because it's the only open store, and is E&G also open?
I can't tell.
Oh, you can't tell?
And also, I'm sorry, in the spreadsheet that I submitted, we did a projections for 2015 because we were given the first 2 quarters of 2015. And when we spoke to representatives of distributing companies and other business and other package store owners, they mentioned that 40% of the annual sales come in the last quarter.
Yes.
So when we calculate that in 2015, at the end of the bottom of that spreadsheet, you see dramatic increases on 5 stores.
Well, then you would expect that, though.
And then in the second to last line, we did a conservative amount. So we did instead of doubling the last quarter, they only went up 50%. And 4 out of the 5 stores showed dramatic increase. So you see a dramatic change in sales.
So E&G, which is 0.6 miles away on Jerome Avenue, is an open store. We just discovered.
E&G on Jerome Avenue, do you know the square footage on that store?
Yes.
Because it's it's very narrow, it's very small, and it was practically empty, the store. So they don't have a variety of wine
It
that,
is
that we,
975 square feet.
It's very narrow.
including basement.
Including basement,
Okay, yeah, because on top it was extremely small, and it did not have any, anything. It was hardly even stacked with regular liquor. It's pretty much empty. And I didn't take pictures of it because it didn't come up as.
This is a really tough one because now that I'm looking at everything, it looks like that, maybe it doesn't warrant it, but it is an open store and the only one there, so
And I'm sorry, can I,
yes?
the E and G, the sales area is 700 square feet.
Oh, it is. And your sales area is going to be,
840, close to 900 square feet.
but the total area is 810 square feet, isn't it?
40, I believe.
No, that doesn't include the basement. No.
No, so your sales space, retail space. not
Retail
your-
space is over 800 square
It's
feet.
840 approximately, 810.
So the total area is,
Oh, that's 18.
is including basement is what, 16?
1,300 approximately.
You have to include that, you know. You have
We,
to-
we did.
Submitted the
We did. It just came up last time. We did, and we actually got the application taken back to, and we resubmitted it again before our first hearing.
Yes.
So I was surprised that you didn't have
You
that
know,
the
I know
first time.
avenues are far, but this one is, the closest store is like just 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks and 1 avenue over. And then the other one's,
That's which, West Bronx? Yeah.
because it's open, I'll stay with the, with my vote from before and I'll approve, but.
You gotta speak up on that.
I'll stay with my original vote and I approve because of the open floor plan. That's my only,
I'm gonna approve as well based on the open floor plan and the representation you made that you're gonna carry a significant amount of wines, hopefully New York State wines. Obviously, we promote open floor plans, and the fact that every store surrounding you is bulletproof, and that's within 0.3 miles, there's 5 stores around you. I think it does promote the convenience and advantage to have an open store in that neighborhood, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good day.
Can we take a 2-minute?
Yeah.
Yes. A short recess? No, I'm good.
Hi, Santa. Thank you for the
Yeah,
Santa picture.
I haven't, all right, my thing, postmarked is not necessarily.
If it were at the bank.
They're like limited delivery and everything on that on 12/31.
So,
But as of this morning, Aaron was checking, we don't have it yet. What do you think? I mean, overnight on 12/31, one's a holiday, bank's not gonna go.
very heavily trafficked. There was 2 school buses broken down on,
Yeah, it's a shoe bus.
yes, yes, yes. So it backed everything up.
Oh, yeah, hold on, I emailed her this morning.
And then there was another accident up there, so.
Seen it yet. No. Mr. Jones, welcome aboard. Let
me see if I can help this gentleman. Hi. What's your name? What is it? Do you know the agenda number? cheese is all the way on the bottom.
Turkey. They want to start up.
Pepperoni and cheese.
It's Mr. Palullo, there he is. Item 132, Minerva Hospitality Group.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
That's it?
You done?
Do we have any protesters from Manhattan Borough, Community Board 2? No? Okay.
Your client was selling without a license.
I'm going to let him go. Go ahead. Before you answer that question, because you know it's coming, why don't you do your...
Well, I mean, there's really not a whole lot to say here. We know what happened. And thank you for bringing it up so quickly, so we don't have to waste time getting around to it. At the end of the day, we know what happened, and we've paid our penalty quite severely, and we've, if you will, turned over a new leaf. We have a new appreciation of the law, and it will never happen again, simply put.
So now, I mean, you know what my concern is, really?
Tell me.
They still own the other restaurant, correct?
Correct.
With no alcohol in it?
Correct.
So now are we going to just flip it?
Absolutely not. In about 2 months, I'll probably be filing a new application for that location. The business has, as you can probably imagine, suffered tremendously. So we are slowly building ourselves back. And we're hoping for your assistance in that, in the traditional Judeo-Christian theories of forgiveness. We did something, we paid our penalty. I think it's been nearly 9 months at this point. And we seek your approval today.
9 months?
No, it hasn't been 9 months. I'm the one who did, I did it, yeah.
And Margarita handled the case over
It
the
was
summer.
in July 15th.
Yeah, I haven't been here that long. I was that was one of the first ones.
I thought it was March.
It's all right.
It's 4 months, 5
I
months.
tried to do that because I figured cases you weren't here for, maybe I could make it a year and a half.
There was a Mr. Monahan from the Rockaways on that.
It was,
Mr.
When you
Monahan.
said so we canceled the license on the other restaurant, but they still operate?
Oh,
They're
without a
open, they're
license.
just not selling liquor.
On both locations, though, hopefully.
Correct. In addition to that, I think the community board just basically, while they had no real problem with us, they just knee-jerked to what had happened in the past.
What's this about the hatch being open?
It's not open. The hatch is open at the store next door. We've agreed to close that hatch on a regular basis during business hours. One of the neighbors had a complaint that,
I mean, that really doesn't affect the liquor license, but it obviously is a safety.
which we've addressed.
And
I don't know.
background music we're talking about, and that's it?
Only background music. It's not a bar in any stretch of the imagination.
It's hard to,
My imagination, your imagination.
That's not, I've been there. I self-certified, it's absolutely not. It's very, very low-key diner.
it's hard to reward somebody.
You're not rewarding. You're not rewarding. Commissioner Kim, we've taken our punishment. This is not a reward.
I consider a privilege to have a license of reward.
And I agree with you, it is a privilege. But what do we do here? The lady made a mistake.
And do you run both restaurants?
She made a mistake.
I know, but most often we forgive a lot of mistakes here, right? And we give second, third chances.
Yes, you do, which
fourth
is
chances.
what I'm counting on.
Exactly, but the blatant sale of alcohol when you don't have a license.
What was the, can I talk to her?
Absolutely.
What was the reason you didn't get a license?
It was still pending. We were waiting for the license.
So why didn't you get a temporary? Or
wasn't available.
We weren't,
They weren't, oh, temporary, not available, okay. So it was pending,
And then you just couldn't wait?
I had no knowledge. I wasn't there at the time the sale was made.
January 14th.
I'm sorry? Can you go to the mic, please? I can't hear you.
I wasn't at the property at the time the sale was made.
But it wasn't a one-time sale, right?
To my knowledge,
I believe it was a practice.
Yeah, it was a.
there was a
We wouldn't have
menu.
canceled you probably for a one-time sale. There was a menu. I recall this case now. It was a menu. See, this is what I'm talking about. If you can't be upfront about what you've done in the past, then I don't think you necessarily.
But it was the menu we took from one storefront to the other.
And
But
basically it was,
we
the
didn't-
manager was doing it.
It wasn't one single sale, though. This was
I don't think it was
repeated and
one single sale.
continuous.
I don't think it was one single cell either.
But that's what I mean. If she says she wasn't there when this happened, the one time it happened, was she there any of the times that it happened? Or are you never there, even though you own the 2 stores?
I do own the 2 stores. They were brand new businesses. I do the baking overnight. At that time, I believe he came in the morning. I went home to take a rest. But since then, we've revamped our staff. We've educated them on the laws. We have constant management and supervision.
Your husband was involved in the other location.
He helps me support in managing it.
And if I recall, and it was a mother who was an investor.
Yes, that's my mother-in-law.
So lender.
Other than that sale, did they have any history? Do you know?
I'm afraid of misspeaking, I don't think so, though. Do we have an SLA problem? No.
And I'll look it up right up
All right. My client indicates she has not had any issues.
No, that was it.
I mean,
this is not a
Well, that's the
blatant.
thing, that her husband was involved. See, if you came in here and you said, yes, I messed up, I did. But now she's claiming that she was overnight baking, went home to rest, and was never there when this was being sold, when this was a regular practice by her husband. Her mother's involved. It's not a arm's length manager that's involved.
I do accept the responsibility. I should have a tighter oversight, and I've learned that now.
But it's your husband that was doing this practice. And you didn't know that your husband was...
Managers, he's here today, and happy to answer any question you may have. Her husband's the manager, her husband got the idea, this was a really good idea, and it's not, it was a mistake.
But she said she didn't know about it. Today, she told me she didn't know about it.
There's no other case at Hamilton's soda fountain.
And the
Okay.
actual violation was in March.
It was March?
The incident date.
I knew March was something.
Do you understand my predicament? I was very wanting to give that second chance you're talking about. So all I wanted was some straightforward answers today. I don't feel like I'm getting them. I don't feel like I got them. So it makes it really tough for me to, because the violation is a character and fitness issue, and now we're facing that right again. So
But I have to just break down the few things that you pointed to, Commissioner. You mentioned the mother-in-law's involved. The mother-in-law.
forget the mother-in-law. Forget the mother-in-law. The husband.
The husband's a manager at the premises.
You said he thought it was a good idea.
Because you would have people come into the place next door and.
I understand, but she's saying she didn't know about it. She was baking at night and went home and was resting when this was happening.
I think that when she said she didn't know about it, I believe she was referring to the particular violation that triggered this. Did she know it was happening? I think it would be disingenuous to say anything but.
I don't know.
I accept my responsibilities.
Did you know it was happening?
Yes. I wasn't there on the day that the inspector
I
came
know,
in.
but you knew it was happening on other days. So just because the day you got caught you weren't there doesn't...
I know, and I've learned my lesson. There's not been a single sale of alcohol since. We're there on the property 24/7.
Where is our husband?
In the back of the room.
Would he step up, please?
Would you like him to?
I'd like him to. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you came up with the idea that you thought taking the menu and selling at the unlicensed premises was a good idea?
No, what I thought was purchasing wine at Hamilton's, and if people were going back and forth, I didn't understand that to be a violation. When I was told by Thomas Monahan to stop, we did. But it continued by some of the servers, and that's what
So
she's
you're
referring
saying
to.
now that the people bought at the other store on the licensed premise, and then they just took it over to the unlicensed premise, as opposed to when someone comes into the unlicensed premise and gets a menu, it has the same menu as the licensed premise, and they're able to order a drink from their seat and get it delivered from the unlicensed premise. Which one is it?
It wasn't exactly that. I'll describe it
No, I
to
know,
you.
so I gave you the two scenarios because I thought you described the first scenario.
Hamilton's is a soda fountain which did not have a menu for people to view. Minerva had a chalkboard on the wall in its previous incarnation before we revamped and restructured the corporation. The server had a menu, but it was what he was it was a paper menu at the side of the register, which was the closest depiction of the wines that were represented at Hamilton's. It wasn't a correct menu. The people from Hamilton's, people would come to Minerva and were told we didn't have wine. They would go next door. It's literally, the doors are feet away from each other. And they would go into Hamilton's. Hamilton's was very busy. And I was overwhelmed. I admit that. Sales were conducted through the register at Hamilton's. There were times when people went next door.
So the menu was where? In Hamilton's or in Minerva?
Hamilton's doesn't have a menu. It was a paper menu folded up at the side of the register.
Where was that paper menu?
That was with the barista.
No, at Hamilton's?
At Minerva, I'm sorry.
At Minerva.
Correct.
But the sale itself would happen at Hamilton's,
Yeah.
and they'd walk the bottle over to Minerva.
Or the glass of wine, the customer would come and take it.
Okay.
Now,
Our
this particular case,
investigators
that
at
wasn't
Minerva-
what happened.
Our investigator sat at Minerva, was given a menu with wine, ordered a glass of wine, a
Which is
bottle.
just what he described.
Right, a bottle of wine was brought over to him.
If you let me continue, what I said was that wasn't what happened in this case.
In this
In this
one
particular
isolated case.
Well, no, but I can only speak on what I know for sure. The barista was approached by an inspector, plainclothes, didn't know who he was. The gentleman asked for something to drink. He told him what we had at the counter. He goes, no, I want something red. He goes, okay, well, I'll go next door for you. He goes, what do you have? He goes, well, give me anything red. And that's when he pulled out the menu. That's my understanding of it. It took quite a while to get that story out of the barista. Okay, it wasn't made clear to me when I asked him to explain to me the scenario.
So my question is,
all the drinks were verbalized to our
but
guests.
who brought the drink over to Minerva?
barista.
According to our
The waiter
investigator,
went
the
and got a
waiter,
bottle from Hamilton's.
right, brought the Hamilton bottle over.
That's correct.
Minerva.
The barista
Poured
did
it
it.
there,
And poured it there.
correct.
Right, so it wasn't the case where our inspector went to Hamilton's, ordered alcohol, and then walked it over.
No,
back to
he's
Minerva.
saying that has happened as well, on other occasions.
No, I get that, but
On
the
this
fact that,
particular morning, the barista physically went to Hamilton's, showed him a bottle of red wine, and he said, that's fine.
he went to
And then-
Minerva, you mean? The
No,
barista
excuse me.
from Hamilton went to Minerva?
No, this is where the confusion is. The barista at Minerva, we sell coffee and
Right,
tea
the
there.
barista at
He
Minerva.
physically left Minerva,
Right,
walked into Hamilton's, the door next door,
Right.
walked in, pulled out a bottle of wine.
and brought it back to
Brought
our
it back and
inspector.
said, would you like this?
Right, who
He
was
goes,
sitting there.
and apparently he
And then
said
he poured
fine.
it for him.
Then he
Yeah.
poured it for him.
And our investigator came back another day and then spoke to you directly and
No, the
asked,
same day.
if you were serving wine at Minerva, and you said no.
That's correct. I had no knowledge that the barista, an hour earlier, walked into Hamilton's.
But even if the server didn't walk in, you were still permitting people to come in with wine and telling them that they can go next door and get the wine and come here.
It wasn't exactly like that. It was just an active cafe. People were told that we didn't have wine, but we have it on our new property next door.
Does the
They would go next
cafe
door.
have waiters?
It has two waiters and one barista. Now it has one waiter and one barista. Hamilton.
Waiters, you're saying, have never gone over and brought the alcohol over, that this was an isolated case where the barista went over and did it on a
Quite
one-time
frankly,
basis?
sir, I can't say it's an isolated case. I can just tell you it wasn't my practice, and I can't tell you that I observed it blatantly. If I blatantly did it, I would tell you. I'm already admitting mistakes. There's no reason for me to hedge back on the mistake I made. I'm not trying to grade the mistake and say I only did it was wrong 5% of the 10% mistake. I screwed up.
And it's not, to me, it's one way or the other, it doesn't matter. It's,
No, well, extension of premises, though, normally we wouldn't.
well, there's still another place, whether they're walking it across or carrying it,
Yeah,
they're
no,
still walking it.
it's still
I mean,
bad
yeah.
knowingly doing it,
It's
but,
an equal mistake in my eyes.
yeah, I think it's worse if you're sitting at the unlicensed place and having their waiter run over to a licensed place, getting it and bringing it back to you.
Why don't you connect the restaurants any?
Quite honestly, Hamilton's is a 1940-style soda fountain luncheonette. It's designed for families.
Okay.
The wine was brought in to accommodate the parents. That's all it's for.
Right.
It's not intended to be a wine bar of any nature. We sell ice
You're
cream
asking
and
for
milkshakes.
a beer license? From Minerva. And Hamilton doesn't have any more. And you're not going to take Minerva and accommodate the parents over at Hamilton.
This has been a very, very expensive lesson.
I may bring my child to Hamilton someday, and I don't want to. No, okay, so, all right, well, sounds like you're open to. the second chance.
I've done some stupid things in my life, and I would hope that I would get some
Let's talk
compassion.
about no. All right, so, okay.
I'm going to chalk this up to a stupid thing.
Yeah, look, normally,
Which they did pay for.
and all I wanted, if you came in this today and just gave me the answers straightforward, we wouldn't be going through this exercise, but I needed to make sure that both of you fully understand, and also, you know, the one thing that we ask is just forthrightness, because we do have limited resources, and when people are not forthcoming, we don't want to be back here again doing this over and over again. So with that understanding, I'll vote to approve this.
I'll vote to approve as well, but the normal, at least in my view, the normal chances for underage drinking, things of that nature, you're not going to get. So I would make sure that you don't violate anything else.
I'll take the time to explain that.
Including the
Okay.
books and records, which last time was not at Hamilton's. They were not kept there.
I will go outside and spend some time.
Okay.
Thank you for your.
Did you want your other items? Yeah, they're too disciplinary, right? Yep. 21, Panda Enterprises,
What number?
21.
21. I have dismissed.
Okay, we're just dismissing.
Yeah, I vote to dismiss.
Dismiss the charge.
36, 48 West 21st. Item number 36.
Is it number 36? I got it. I don't have 36 though. Oh, here it is.
Why is the default?
This is a default, and following Commissioner Kim's plea of honesty, my office screwed up. The client sent the notice of pleading to us by email. 3 people didn't see it. It was right before Thanksgiving. It's mea culpa. It's completely my fault. I asked that we open this default. I can't settle it. I need to do a trade name, and so I'm just open
You
this
don't
up.
have to settle it.
Well, I can't. I realize that, but I'm just saying. Normally, at a default, I might try to dispose of it here.
I don't know.
I've got a trade name.
So you're not in a position, well, you don't have to accept anything. I mean, it's a default.
It is a default, and I'm requesting that you please reopen it.
And I'm not going to reopen this one.
1,500 to
There's
2,000?
no DBA charge.
Mr. Chairman, why would you not open it? It's completely my fault. It's not fair to the client at all. We do, literally hundreds of these cases a year.
I'll see if you
One
can-
slip through. But there's a DBA on there.
No,
The
it's
DBA
for
was your-
plumbing.
I only saw the BP.
That's what my point is.
What
It's
is
a
the charge?
minor offense.
It's like plumbing
That's a-
and
it
sanitary
was a mark.
Oh, I'm
conditions.
sorry, I saw BP, and it mentioned a trade name,
They
and,
have a prior
That was their adverse.
unauthorized trade name.
oh, so someone sent me the wrong information.
That's my point, is it's a minor thing. Why are we
Someone sent me
doing
the
it?
wrong information, I apologize.
1,500?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
That's
how
good.
much?
1,500?
1,500.
What was the charge for, though?
Failure.
Local
Local
regulations.
regulations, sanitary,
Single charge of,
plumbing.
thank you, it's my fault, I messed it up, thank you.
132A, Command Manor. This is a reconsideration of the licensing board disapproval.
So, do you have an opinion on this? Because it seems like you went back and forth a lot.
This one, I don't have an opinion on.
Did we get everything we need to your satisfaction?
Let me check. I can't say, I don't know.
Do you know if there's any, go ahead, please put your name on the record.
But can I, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But if we do not, we can if there's nothing here, we can just re-deny it. I mean, you can grant written consideration, return it to licensing to see if everything is here.
Yeah, that's basically
Okay.
what it
Then we'll
is.
just deny it.
Okay, Nick, you can put your name on the record.
Okay, Jen Du, and I'm here for Hunan Manor LLC Restaurant Wine Reconsideration. And here the gentleman's president, Zhi Da Li.
Do you know if everything is now in with the SLA? All the deficiencies have been cured?
What happened is I do send the request additional time because I was requested by this, they need a signature for a lender signature, but at that time, the lender was overseas in China, and I cannot be reach them. And then that's why before the expiration deficient letter, I send an email.
All right, no, so is everything in now?
Yes, everything now, except
Okay, so we're going to grant the reconsideration.
Everything except what?
Everything except what? You said except?
Not the certificate authority and the works comp, disability
All right,
insurance,
that's all
everything.
conditional.
Yes,
Or conditional?
yes.
Okay, so
I
we'll
have
grant
this
the
one.
consideration,
Yeah.
reconsideration.
And I'm going to grant it too, but Mike, you do this regularly. You're in here regularly, aren't you?
Not really for
You
the.
have been recently.
Oh, no, before was like a liquor store.
Well, but you know what we need
I
to
do.
approve a license.
I
And one of
understand.
those is going to be the lender's questionnaire.
Yes.
So you shouldn't be filing the application if he can't fill it out.
Okay.
Because we're backed up, there's other people that need their work done as well, and you're delaying everything. And then I have to do one of these because we denied a license that should have been denied.
It should be, it should,
So going forward, make sure you have everything
will.
together and then apply.
I will. Okay.
I'll send it back to licensing, I'll
Thank you
grant
so
it.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
129, Weekender Billiard and Bar.
Good afternoon, my name is Pema, Weekender Billiard and Bar, and his name is
Read your lips.
Mr. Jamyang and his wife Lendu Zamo. So we have a business,
I'm sorry, 1 second. Do we have anyone from Queens Community Board too? No, okay, thank you.
so we have a business in Queens Woodside. It's basically we have a full restaurant with snooker. So we believe like snooker and dining is a big part of our culture that we are serving for our community people. And we have.
You gamble on that game?
Sorry?
Do they gamble on that pool game?
Not exactly, but like since like our food is very different from other countries because it take a while to get a preparation. Like it's like
No, not food. He asked if you gamble.
Snooker,
In
no.
snooker, do you gamble? You
can gamble on anything.
I know, but it's... Okay, so what, you realize the community board asked us to reject this, which doesn't mean we're going to, but what was their issue? What do you understand that they disagreed with you on?
They rejected best one is the location on a residential block. Actually, like my business building is located in the right corner of Roswell Avenue and the Fitful Estate. Unfortunately, the entrance was from the Fitful Estate. And the building has like a 3 address. Like one, they have a restaurant, that restaurant is just to-go restaurant. Another, they have a vegetable grocery. And unfortunately, the next address is my building, like, but it's from the Fitful Street entrance. Based on that, they say like it's located on the residential area. And like the community board has denied.
Right, so you're saying this building is on the corner?
Yeah, it's like corner of Roswell and 54.
Roosevelt and 54th Street?
Yeah, and they have just one floor store.
Where's the entrance?
It's from 54th Street.
Oh, it's from 54th, so what's
So you're number 3 on this map, or, oh no, I'm sorry, he's number 2.
Number 2. Oh, so you're right off it. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a one-story building. I don't have any residential above my building.
And your entrance is on 54th
Yeah,
or Roosevelt?
Yeah, 54 and Roosevelt.
And is there a house between you and Roosevelt? Or are you the first building?
We are the first building. It's
First
right
building?
corner of Roswell and 54.
Okay.
They have a chicken to go. There's a small
What
restaurant.
is this
to go.
negative history of licensed establishments in the immediate vicinity? So it's
That-
not even this location because they
It's-
haven't
I
had a
don't know
license.
Even
since
the
08.
community board didn't explain about that
Yeah.
one.
Do you have, are there clubs around there or something?
No
or-
clubs.
Yeah.
It's just like a food and my food and this wine and beer, like basically.
I mean, like other clubs. Do they
No,
have
I
other
don't think so.
clubs
They
in
have.
the area?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they took me somewhere
Oh,
else.
it's on the other side of the street.
And you're open now, right?
Yeah.
And having any problems or?
So far, no problem. I manage the building and I make sure all the people don't stay around. I just put it. My customers basically focus on our community, just Tibet and
Yep.
Bhutan, like Nepal. So other business, I really don't know about other business.
Okay.
So they're already existing, right? Right. Since when did you open your business?
2014 November something like restaurant.
November 2014?
Yeah.
No adversity. Oh, well, they don't have any license there.
They better not have. Well, and your hours, you're looking for 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday?
Yes, sir, that's our proposal. Like, if you want us to negotiate, we are very happy. That's my proposal.
Yeah, I think we'd like to negotiate in the beginning. So what?
No problem.
I'm sorry, what was the proposal?
1 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Yes.
3 a.m. Friday,
That's my
Saturday.
proposal.
You open 3 a.m. Friday to Saturday right now?
Right
No.
Now what?
That's if my bar comes,
But when do you close now on Friday and Saturday?
12.
Oh, so you may not even be open that long.
12. But if bar comes, maybe I would like to propose for
Yeah, if it's a
longer.
bar though, with
Right, okay.
alcohol, you're gonna
That's
want.
the assumption.
Oh, so the people are leaving to go drink is what you're telling us?
Not really, but like,
It's a joke. A bad one, but nonetheless.
You know, I would propose in that area to start with a midnight for Sunday through Thursday, and 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday. But then you know, I think after a year you can come back if you haven't had any issues. We'll consider 1 or 2 a.m. I don't know. It's Chairman. What do you think? 2 a.m.
Yes, 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
So 12 o'clock Sunday through Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday?
not a problem, sir.
Okay,
Thank you so
All right,
much.
you're
good.
approved.
Approved.
Thank you so
Good luck.
much.
105 Spark Group USA.
Meshed together.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michael Rodriguez. I represent Sparks USA.
Oh, yes.
There's
A reconsideration.
Yeah, we're going to take 1 minute. Okay?
Just tell them to give it to me. I don't have to pay. Keep it.
It's easy. The train stops right there.
How was your New Year? You have a good one? Very best, guys. Families are all away. House myself very quiet.
I have just one question.
Yeah.
How did you send them to people?
Oh, you'll be surprised, but I was out there. That's what I have up to people. You know, first of all, the community that needed jobs and help overcoming addiction. Paul and Mark, very encouraging. Needed help. So we helped. We did a good job as a miss. Very good miss. But then he had two girls, and they don't leave.
So just go to bed. She just won't let us.
No.
Okay. Sarah.
Oh, Denise do it too?
Yeah, the two of you.
Holy.
Put your name on the record.
Yes, this is a reconsideration. On November 18th,
More than one.
we sat down with Administrative Law Judge Marianne D'Alto and also with Robert Buckley. And it seems that the Administrative Law Judge found the applicant's disapproval and recommend that the application disapproval be vacated and that the application be reopened. That is the reason I am here.
Okay, that's correct, and we have a report here, a written decision from ALJ D'Alto, which I have reviewed, and I believe Commissioner Kim has reviewed as well.
Did as well.
And the findings that she makes, I'm going to ask that it be sent back for alternate findings. The findings that she makes which she says supports that the disapproval be vacated, are clearly not based on the record that was before the board, the licensing board, and she makes no reference whatsoever to what was before the licensing board. So I'm going to ask that it be handed back to another ALJ for alternate findings, and we'll see what that ALJ, who hopefully will review the entire record that was before the licensing board, and we'll go from there.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
'78, Release the Hounds.
Release the hounds.
Anybody here for Release the Hounds? Oh, that should have been Albany anyway.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is there a protester here as well? No.
Oh, he's here? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Hal Newell, the applicant.
You're only going to be 350 retail space, but triple the size in storage space?
It's an old building with a big basement. That's the full basement size.
And what are you going to be supplying that your competitors, most interestingly, the Terry's Wine and Spirits is not going to supply?
Well, one is the location. I'm in a different community. I'm in the town of Clinton.
Right.
Versus the other.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the area.
Okay. And also going to be focusing on small producers and on the spirit side, focusing on 100% New York State spirits.
You're going to have 100% New York State spirits?
Yes. Which, and I was happy to hear that you guys are pushing that as well. And that's been my business plan all along. Be a little sad I won't have tequila, but other than that, I think...
Why don't you just have tequila? 99.9% New York State consulting.
You're going to have wine and everything as well, too?
Yeah, I'll have wine. Mostly focusing on wine.
Is yours model mostly an internet model?
No, it'll be retail with internet available.
Within the state?
Within the state.
Without outside the state as well?
No.
So you just moved to that area? Is that how you found this place? I noticed you
No,
lived in the city.
I've had a house there for about 13 years. My wife's family's from the area. She's lived there. Her family, and her father actually owns the building that I'm in.
All right.
And where's just for my own education, where'd you get the Release the Hounds? Because that is fox hunting country there?
That's part of it, but we have greyhounds.
Oh, okay.
Race dogs, so.
It's a great name. So I see that three closest have increasing, well, three of the four closest have increasing sales. The second closest has flat sales, slightly declining but minimal. And given the square footage being proposed for retail space, 350 square feet, and the representation of 100% New York State wine and liquors.
Well, not the wine.
I'm sorry,
This is the spirits.
100% distilled?
Distilled, correct.
Distilled, New York State. I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. The closest store is 3.5 miles away. The next closest is 7.2 miles away based on the numbers we have. And the representation that he is going to do 100% distilled spirits, it makes it even more attractive and certainly is to the public convenience and advantage for that community. So I vote to approve.
All right. We'll have that on the license as well, 100% New York State.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay,
Good luck.
thank you.
82 Moonlight Deli.
Wait, can he do?
Commissioner Bradley.
New York State? Just from New York?
So he can't?
You can't do tequila.
Oh, he said no
He said no tequila. I was joking about him making it 99%.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, Louis Malave here, representing Moonlight, and I have Mr. Body here, the principal, and we appreciate all courtesies extended to us.
Is there, I don't see a copy of the note, the $10,000 loan?
It was submitted.
Oh, it was?
We don't.
Oh, you don't put it in here?
We just verify with you that we've seen it, and it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my biggest issue is the fact that the former licensee holds a $10,000 note for the sale of the business to the applicant, and that licensee had his license canceled. So in many ways, it appears to be that the licensee who was canceled will be benefiting from the issuance of this new license.
The former licensee was charged with availing because he had changed his corporation and was in the process of changing the license, which was the same principle, which then brought about that the best way to resolve this case was to cancel the license. That was the only reason why there was no.
The only reason it was canceled was because he created a company that he was 100% owner of, but he didn't report that?
Correct. He was 100%
Is that right?
owner.
Yeah, well, they offered the cancellation, I believe.
They offered
We
it.
offered the cancellation.
Correct, Jackie? Yes, the offer was a cancel and bond. I got it right here.
Yes. And we thank the board for any considerations given to us.
That was because of that? Oh, okay.
What's the monthly payment on the $10,000 note?
$1,000 per month until fully paid.
For how,
10 months.
For 10
10 months?
10 months.
Is he open now?
Yes.
So has he made any payments?
He's making the payments, yes.
Can you ask him how many payments he's made?
But you made.
Can you come to the mic, please?
Between 2 or 3.
Can you come to the mic, please?
Okay. I'm sorry, between 2 and 3.
What do you mean between 2 and 3? You made 2 or you made 3?
No, I write down everything, so I'm not sure whatever's in the notes. I
In
write
other words,
everything in
he's
the notes.
recollected
Like
that
2
he
months or
paid
3 months.
three notes.
How many months have you been doing this?
I don't know, I think 2 months. I think 2 months.
You don't know how many months you've been running this business?
No, I do. That was I don't know, it's like 2 months or one, yeah. I'm not sure, everything I write it down because I'm busy, I'm doing other stuff.
The note was dated August 19th.
I'm not sure do this.
So that should be more than 2-3
September,
months.
October, November, 3 months.
November, December,
Oh,
4
4
months.
months.
5 months in January.
Yeah, it's like,
So are you behind in your note?
Hmm?
Are you behind in your payments?
yeah, no, I'm not. What do you mean behind?
In other words, you still owe them money?
Yeah, I
You
do,
know,
I
you're
still-
paying
I
them,
do.
you're paying them on time?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
How often do you pay him?
How often? It's every month, 1,000.
On like
If
the
you're
first
already-
of the month, or the end of the month, or the first of the month?
Whenever I have it, I just give it to them. It depends, like, you know,
You give it to him in cash?
1 month, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
or cash.
The note was to commence 1 month from the date of that note, which was August 19th. So September 19th is
All
when
right,
it
so
was.
September 19th, October, November, December, and then January would be 4 months. So you've made,
I haven't given this month.
and you've given 2 payments?
No, I said in the beginning, it's between 2 and 3. I think it's 3. I'm not sure. I write down everything. So
I
I'm
can't
not sure
believe you
exactly.
can't like, it's been 3 months and you don't remember how many
no, I
payments
just-
of
I just-
$1,000 in
I just-
cash you
I
give to
said-
somebody?
I said 3.
Let's just say 3, okay?
No,
Let's just say
I
3.
write down everything, so
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't remember it.
Okay.
I don't know. I just, is that the only history that's why they offered the cancellation? Because it was a corporate
He
avail?
wanted to sell it.
He wanted to sell it,
To himself,
so he changed it to himself.
right.
Then he canceled it. And then now he wants to sell it to him. I don't get it.
Well, he didn't have it. He lost his license because he canceled it to sell the store, basically.
Why would he cancel it to sell the store? Why
Because
wouldn't he just sell
we
the?
were probably going to take it anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then now he just seems like he's just doing this to go around because I don't.
He had 3 sales to minors, too.
And improper conduct.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that your note and the sale here is proper because, you know, you just doesn't seem, it seems to me that there's enough evidence from the hearing today and the paperwork here that, you know, this is just the licensee trying to retain
Commissioner
this
Kim,
license.
give us an opportunity for this new year. Now that we're in 2016, he's a young man doing business, wants to succeed. Give us an opportunity.
Give an opportunity.
And we'll wipe out, what we could do is wipe out whatever is left over with the payments of the notes to clear that up. Give us an opportunity, Commissioner Kim.
It's upon both applications. I don't know. Well, I still think it's the landlord, just, or the licensee, previous licensee who's trying to create
The previous
a
licensee is not there
relationship.
no longer.
Yeah, but he's getting the money in a way that
he's gonna
it's
be
not
full.
even clear how many payments have been made, so.
We already established there's 3 payments that have been already paid.
No, we have not established that 3 payments have been made.
So we should get the receipts for those as a condition.
The purchase price was $15,000. They paid $5,000 down.
Do you have evidence of the 5,000? Was that paid in check?
That was paid in cash. Everything is done in cash in New York.
Really?
No, everything in New York is not done in cash.
A lot of people like to do things in
In my old job, that was the case.
That was your case,
Mr. Malavi, hold on, please. It says, upon execution of this agreement by cash or certified check, receipt of which is hereby acknowledged for $500, upon execution and delivery of bill of sale by cash or certified check, yeah. So it does say cash.
Right. Commissioner Kim,
Yes?
please give us a consideration.
That's not, you know,
I'm
you
asking
you present a case before us and give us very little to go on to. If you had shown me cash checks, and I get it, that a lot of businesses are done in cash, or receipts even. We haven't seen the receipts. And your client here doesn't remember when he started taking over the business, or was unclear about it, was unclear about the payments he'd made on a loan that were supposed to go. If it were to anyone else, no problem. But it's going to the person whose license was canceled, and he was an employee of that person. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well on those grounds.
Without prejudice?
Well, there's always without prejudice. I can't tell you not to apply. But there is clearly too close a relationship here to an, I'm going to finish, to a former licensee who has a significant history with the SLA, and I'm just not confident that there is not an interest here that he's holding on to. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Can we come back and reconsider if we bring you the evidence necessary?
You can do anything you want within the bounds of the law.
So be it.
We're always open.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
11 and 12, Red Plum, 888.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, board members, and council. My name is James Wanderstock from Sherry and O'Neill. We are the lawyers for the Red Plum. I have the sole principal, Peter Chen, here with me to answer any specific question that you may have. Basically, this premises is in Westchester, in White Plains. There was no prior adverse history. This is a small, individually owned and operated premises. The client has one other licensed premises, also in Westchester County.
What's the name of that?
Same, the Red Plum.
Red Plum.
Which he's had for 13 years and has never had any problems. Case number 107172 was the first case which stemmed from an altercation with patrons leaving the premises when one of the two security guards that were employed by the licensee became involved in an altercation. There were no arrests or summonses given to our knowledge. Order was immediately restored. The client has a security contract with the company whenever there is a special event, which is typically 2 or 3 times a month. And our client has been fully cooperative with the Liquor Authority from the beginning. They provided whatever records were asked for. And just very recently, within the last week or so, that the books and records charge has been withdrawn by counsel. That was on the second charge.
We're actually withdrawing that now.
Right.
So here's my problem is this looks like it's heading in a bad direction. He got caught having a DJ. He's only been in business 2 years, not even 2 years. I'm sorry, a year and a year and a half.
Right.
The license doesn't indicate he's going to have a DJ. He has a DJ. There's dancing on the premises. He has no cabaret license, and the license doesn't indicate he's going to have dancing on the premises. It looks like it's turning into a club.
No, not at all. Can I just clarify that? He filed his application on his own about 2 years ago, and he did obtain his own cabaret license, which we furnished to council. And he was unaware that he had to make a change in the method of operation. But he did have a cabaret license in place. And again, as I said before, he only operates for special events as a cabaret perhaps 2 or 3 times a month.
Why do we have him as an unlicensed cabaret on September 13th?
Because Westchester's...
Westchester issues its own.
He didn't have that means he didn't have the license in September, correct?
He did. This goes back to May.
No, we have September 13th, 2015.
I'll give you the license here.
You're saying his license was from May?
Yes. Right, Peter, right. I'm sure we've already given it, you have a copy.
I have a copy of the letter, but I don't have a copy of, and you indicate that it's attached, but I didn't see it attached.
All right, I'll give it to you.
I'm looking to see if I can find it.
I saw it before. Yeah, I showed it to you before. It's just one sheet of paper. Yeah, I know.
Do you have it?
I'm looking and it's
Copy of a cabaret license, is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dated when?
It says it, it does not look like a cabaret license.
Hey, it's cut off, 12th day of something, somebody has a post-it over the date. He witnessed a seal of White Plains, 13th of May.
It's one sheet.
May 2015, okay, we have it in our computer.
Dismiss that.
So we'll dismiss that.
Which one's that one?
Dismiss 5. Council's office requests charge 1 to be dismissed. The books and records dismissed. And then I guess the cabaret goes to the dancing, so that we have to dismiss 3. Now the DJ, he had a DJ, but he didn't know he had to apply. Does he have a DJ now? Do you have a DJ now?
Only on occasions. We
Should
don't do DJs every weekend.
Right.
Only on special events.
I don't think 3 gets dismissed either, because the license indicates no dancing, correct?
We have a
You still have to
cabaret
request a
license.
method of operation.
You still have to request a method of operation with
Oh,
us.
method of operation change, right, okay.
So 1 gets dismissed and 5 gets dismissed.
Yes, but 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
It's 6.
6, and then charge 2 in the 1? 1 and 2 in the first proceeding?
Yeah, we have it. Oh, you want to give us a better copy? Thank you.
Okay.
But the failure to supervise, I would dismiss that. Oh, yeah, May 12th, 2015. Got it?
Okay. So we'll dismiss 2 as well in the first proceeding.
Do you want that back?
2 in the first proceeding?
Yes.
And we'll take I'll accept this, the.
And then
conditional
I'll accept the 8,000 as well.
Thank you.
Could we respectfully, based on the fact that the business records charge is being dismissed, just reduce that?
No, I actually reduced it because we just dismissed 3 of the charges, including the books and.
All right. He is in dire financial straits, I should make aware to the board, and he actually is planning on selling the business, hopefully in the next month. And that's why we're just trying to minimize his liability based on his existing facts and the fact that he's a.
I mean, based on
very
the
small
standard
one.
charges, you were probably looking at like 12,000, 12 to 13,000, and we accepted your offer of 8,000 after we dismissed the others. I mean, even after we dismiss it, we're still looking at about 12,000. So we're accepting 8,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Just, can I say something?
Yep, yes, sure.
Being that this is my first offense, I've been a licensee holder for over 13 years. I've never had any incidents whatsoever.
The other restaurant?
Right. This particular location in White Plains, I feel like I was targeted for some reason with this particular SLA investigator, Charles Strabal.
That's his job.
Right.
To target people.
Right.
What happened is we got a referral regarding the altercation, which puts you on our radar, and then he's required to go out and start checking to see if there's other stuff going on there. That's his job.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is I'm kind of in a financial hardship right now. I'm trying to sell my business. Is there any possible way we can reduce it maybe to 5,000 or 3,000? It's really a hardship for me right now financially. I've been good all my life, with the licensing and everything.
He doesn't have any others from the other business?
I've never
2
had
years?
any
13 years?
violations whatsoever for over 13 years.
2008 or 2013?
He had another license.
I had another license. Everything was under my name.
All right.
2004.
I'll go down to 5,000.
5,000.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
111 and 112, Rumba Supper Club.
Timothy Allenwick for the licensee.
Principal licensee Jason Segovia is with me today. We received 2 new pleadings. It was put over, there was an offer on 2
I'm
cases.
sorry, can you speak a little bit closer?
We had an offer in on 2 cases, and it was put over to, I guess, bring these 2 other pleadings that were investigations. So I received those pleadings last week, and there are, looks like 22 new charges. At this point, I think, I'd like to see a bill of particulars and
Excuse me,
I'd like to see a bill of particulars on the new cases, and I don't know if we put this over, or.
So you don't want to you don't want to pay the 8,000 to get rid of this one?
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out so he can vote.
Just trying to see if there was another, oh, I got the second piece here. I had this originally too, anyway.
That's what I had.
Yeah.
I think I have to withdraw the offer on the 2 cases.
Okay.
So what do we do?
And see if we can put it all together on the 4 cases, if possible.
I want you to wait for the other charges to come before you.
Are you amenable to cancellation?
Not right now.
Because the alternative isn't going to be cancellation, which is going to affect him down the road, as well as the location.
There's a lot of charges here. I'd like to see the bill of particulars.
Okay.
So you're withdrawing the offer?
Yes, he withdrew the offer, so this
Return to
goes back to
council.
council's office.
Okay, thank you. So we're not pulling on.
110 Astro Lounge.
This is a request for reconsideration after a default. And it was put over so that the principal could appear. So Ysenio Valles is here. This was a pleading back in November that wasn't received. It was delivered back to the Liquor Authority back in July.
What was her name again, please? What's up?
Oh, Yesenia Avalas. That's the second principal, that's the vice president who's here.
Yeah, I think the name's wrong in the pleading.
No, the name on the,
First
that is for the president.
Right, the name that you said is right.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the-
the
She's the vice
two
president.
principals.
Oh,
We
okay.
don't list them all on the pleadings for corporations.
So I previously represented them. They had provided me with, the documents at the time. We answered, we settled that. They paid an $8,000 fine last year. They made a lot of changes at the business. All we're asking for is this to be sent back to council's office so we can, see a bill of particulars and defend ourselves. Previously, they put in an ID scanner. Let's see, they didn't have workman's comp on the old charges. They corrected that. On these new charges, there were summonses issued that were dismissed.
Well, that doesn't,
I understand, but it's, it all goes to, is there meritorious defense? And we believe there is, and we'd like the opportunity to have the hearing or resolve it.
okay.
Or what are we doing here?
You could send it back to, if you grant the reconsideration, you could send it back to council's office.
Or we just
Or you
deny?
can deny the reconsideration.
I don't see any reason to send it back. I vote to deny reconsideration.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't get the notice of pleading. It was
I mean,
definitely delivered back to the liquor authority.
In every other, this is what, and this isn't on you, but I'm saying this out loud. In every other area of law that I've dealt with, when you send something certified mail and you don't get it, you got it. And this is the only place that I've ever been where they come in and say we didn't get it and ask us to hand it back. And that's not really the issue here. To me, the issue is that she knows the people were there. This looks like it was a March operation.
I mean, I don't know, you know? I mean,
Well, it's a failure to comply with health regulations, local regulations. There was a whole slew of people that went through her bar on March 14th, 2015.
Yes, it was a March operation.
And so then she's going to tell us that, one, I didn't get the mailing and I didn't expect it either? She had the violations, you just said so yourself. And the problem I have is the violations. Like you said, she paid $8,000. One of them was unlicensed security guards. Well, what did they write her up for in March? Unlicensed security guards. Intoxicated persons. She didn't fix anything. So I just don't have a lot of sympathy here.
I have a security company contract. I have someone's copy of a license here. I mean, you know, you're saying she should expect it. What is she supposed to do? Just
call a lawyer. If my house gets searched by the police, I call a lawyer. Her bar got searched by 5 different agencies, and she did nothing.
If she called me, I would say, wait till you get the notice.
Right.
I wouldn't start calling a lawyer.
But she didn't even call you, did she?
She didn't. But I'm not going to call up and say, hey, did you issue a notice of pleading? I've never done that in my life.
I'm not saying you should have, but I would have called my lawyer.
And then what, though? You know?
So I'm going to vote to deny as well, and uphold the cancellation. It's that I just don't believe her. That's my problem.
You don't believe?
I don't believe that she did. I don't believe that she didn't. I don't believe that she. No, I believe that it got sent back to us, but she didn't change her address. She didn't. There's a level here that I'm not gonna do it anymore. So I vote to deny the reconsideration.
The one sent to the premise was unclaimed, doesn't mean it didn't get delivered.
The one that what?
The one that was sent to the premise was unclaimed, it doesn't mean it didn't get delivered.
Yeah, she got one at her house.
The other principal, the principal to both.
If she didn't, then the other principal.
Right, a principal, that was returned because the address is no longer valid.
But this one was
That's
just
why we do
unclaimed.
certified mail, and we send it to 4 different places. I realize you weren't getting one because you weren't retained, but.
So it was stated, we'll reimpose. 89, 724 Nostrum Bar.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Still hasn't been paid, has it, to 7,500?
I think you're really asking for a second extension.
I don't understand what's going on here, though. Can you explain it to me?
This is a default.
Right.
Yeah. So he passed away in May.
After we imposed the fine or before?
No, before.
Okay.
And they were doing the corporate change, and so they didn't get the pleading.
Okay.
And they didn't answer. And so, yeah, I realize there's still a case there, but.
So you want,
Back to
I'm not,
counsel's
so
office.
what do you want us to do here, though? See, here I understand why the guy didn't get it here, because he died.
But that mail wasn't returned
Yeah,
to the premise.
but it was mailed to him, so.
No,
So they want to sell the business?
No, they did the corporate change, and that was granted. So now I guess it's his brother's operating, I think, or his wife. So I'd like to send it back to counsel's office, and then we'll pay.
Counsel, you want to get it back?
And you're saying that the default was caused by his death?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I'll send it back.
I'll send it back.
Thank you.
what, item 6 and item 7, Pat's Palm Tree.
This is an offer, and the principal's unable to come today.
Is there food there?
There's food.
Well, there wasn't food the first time they got a violation, right, on 8/23/14, and then there was no food on 8/29/15.
They actually.
A year later.
They actually have a large kitchen, and what they're doing is they're closing early sometimes. They're closing the kitchen like at midnight. So I've explained that to them, that they have to have food the entire time they're open. But they have a large menu. I provided it.
The kitchen was unused.
Menu doesn't, it's just one factor, but if the kitchen's not there,
No,
doesn't matter how
kitchen's-
large the menu
kitchen's
is.
absolutely used. I've been there. It's used.
But based on what they wrote on the health violations, I don't know that you'd want to eat anyway.
He didn't say he ate, he said he was just there. The manager was arrested for forgery in connection with the public assembly permit.
I don't have that. Where is that?
I don't know.
Why is this all happening to them now? They've been open since 2001, and it seems like all of a sudden.
Yeah, they had a good record. They really didn't have a
2000
violation until about.
Yeah, 2011, it seems like the bottom fell out.
Did you get my submission with the security agreement, the menu?
That's the other thing, unlicensed security, unlicensed
No, I
security.
didn't. You have it?
I'm looking in the supplemental.
Only one page was scanned in.
Let's see.
No, we just have a check the box.
From the council's office?
Yeah, just to check the box, CNC signed by you.
Could we put it over again? I think it was put over once.
For what?
I could provide some of these documents.
Is that the documents you
Why
submitted?
don't we see where he is first, because there's an
You know,
offer
this
here.
food thing, if there's no food, I'm just gonna
There's
counter
food.
with a
There's
cancel.
food.
Oh, okay, then you're gonna want to put it over. I didn't realize that's where he was.
Well, no, I mean, with the food issue, it's,
You better bring the guy in here, too.
On the website, it does say dine here.
dine here, or die here, or dine here.
So when do you want it?
What's the next one?
19th. I think it's the 19th.
That's fine.
Yep, January 19th.
119.
19. Okay, thank you.
Not for nothing.
What?
But in this CNC thing, it says, first it says there was no food available for sale, the kitchen was unused, but then it says New York City Department of Health issued summonses for mice droppings, hole in floor, dirty fan, food not held at required temperature.
Well, it's not edible food.
Was there not?
115 Ricky and Septi Sports Cafe.
All their health violations.
Yeah.
That's what I said, you wouldn't want to eat
So
there.
they have food. Then we might as
They
well.
got a lot of violations.
So fine.
Sorry, what number?
115.
115.
Ricky and Seppi Sport Cafe.
You want to state your names?
Hi, my name is Mukady Zalioska. Mukady Zalioska.
So we actually requested that you come in because,
Is there an ED and they have security?
and you've got all these violations, and
Got a DJ.
you defaulted. And we can't even fine you without knowing that all these problems were fixed. Are you aware of the violations?
Yes. Okay, so we shared it with the other girl that's on the list.
Why don't you put your names on the record?
What is your name?
Oh, you did?
I didn't hear it. What was your name?
Mukady Zalioska.
And his name?
Oh, that's
Oh, it's
Samir Alioski.
Okay, go ahead.
The licensee?
So I just want to take it's a social club. I just want to take it under my name because the partner that I have there, the other lady there, she can't upkeep it with me.
Well,
She's-
that's something for a different day, but here, that you have to take up with you have to file an application with the agency.
Is she in agreement to give up her?
Oh, yeah, because she
You
can't.
just need to
she's-
file the paperwork for that. We can't do it here.
We did
Okay.
You did it?
Yeah, this is like almost more than a month.
Can you come to the
It
mic,
was
please?
denied.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the corporate change to remove her was denied on
Oh.
10/8.
I see. It was denied because you have pending charges. Until these charges get cleared, we can't act.
Yeah, this is like a family business, so the other girl who is with my daughter, they are like the cousins that are my
we understand.
father is that.
We just can't-
Well, we did it before more than 8 months ago, that she went back to school, and we already applied.
I know, but it got denied because we have charges that you're going to get fined for.
You can, after these charges have been settled, you can ask for reactivation of that application, but these have to be settled first.
I don't know.
So why we called you in here was because some of these things you're not allowed to be doing, and we want to make sure you're going to stop doing them.
Okay, such as?
The DJ.
Okay.
Well, your social club, like, what is that? Social dance club or social?
No, it's just like a social, like,
Is it
it's
dancing?
family members. I don't know how to explain it. It's like
I grew up.
their
may I
license
talk?
is an EB.
I grew up there. Since we come in this country, we always go there. We hang around there. But now
members?
We are
To be a member to go there?
No, you don't really have to. But we are members because we grew up there. We all like.
Well, do you pay for the liquor?
We
For the
pay-
beer, do you buy it?
We pay, but we pay like minimum, just a place to keep up in the, we rent with the taxes, and now you're talking about DJ, sometimes our members, we do party, and we call to have music. And it's a Bronx, it's a very dangerous area. Some of the people, they prefer to have somebody there to somebody don't getting and make the troubles. So it's not really security guard. When the liquor authority come, I was there, and they found one store where we hitting the food who our members bring it from home. We just reheating it. They say it's kitchen. It's not
That's
even
not
kitchen.
what this license is for
It's like a tavern.
bringing their own food in and heating.
Do you serve any food there that you don't bring from home?
Members that are bringing the food in. They're not
No,
serving
really. We don't have. We have only
a club
microwave.
license or a.
No, are you open to the public? If somebody walks in off the street, can they come in and sit down and have a drink?
My cousin, she opened the public for. It's not public. It's for guests of the members.
So if
to
I wanted
bring-
to walk in and I wouldn't be allowed in?
No,
by
you should.
myself, by myself. If I were just to walk in and want a drink, I wouldn't be allowed in?
Right now, what they doing it right now, they think that somebody invite you to the
Okay, so the
place
answer is
because
no, I could not come in.
we open for more community. What happened is, let me explain you.
No, here, I'm gonna stop you here. We got 6, 7, 8, 9 charges here. We have to work those out, then you're going to have to file for another license. The license you have now is a restaurant license, is a tavern license. It's supposed to be, 1, open to the public, 2, you're supposed to be able to come in and buy beer and food. Not food you bring from home, but food that you make there in some way, shape, or form. Or you can bring it from home, but it can't be a club. You understand? You can go get a club license.
But now community is changing a lot, so we open for everybody can come in because we
You
have
just said she
regular
can't
members.
come in. If she went up there and wanted to go buy a beer at your club without you being there.
You understand me? She can come because we are assuming that our members then invite her. Now
That's
we
my
have
point, you
parking.
can't have members. If it's a tavern, it's not a membership.
How
That's a
about-
club.
After this, if you would like to call me, I can explain to you what you need to do as far as the licensing goes. You need to not do these anymore, but you need a new license, and I can explain it to you.
And all it is filling out another application and transferring it over. You understand?
Oh, okay.
And liquor,
also
no
a
liquor
default.
too, you know that, right?
We don't sell liquor, no.
Why
No,
is there a
but-
default?
And then what happened here? So you were there when this liquor authority came in, and we sent a mail to you regarding the charges, and nobody responded. Why?
Oh.
Did you ever get the mail?
No about that. It's no. I was there when the first time the inspector come, and he said about the stove was.
Are you Mukadas Alyaska?
No, that's me.
Oh,
That's
I'm just.
And do you live at 2353 Beaumont Avenue? Yes. So you never got a certified letter from us? In October?
November 9th.
This is return to sender.
It says
from the
notice
bar.
of pleading was delivered on November 9th.
certified? No.
Oh, did you get a notice of pleading? Did you get anything from us on November 9th? Near November 9th?
The only one returned was
The certified mail was returned to the authority.
from the bar itself.
How come it says we have?
That's the one that went to the bar. It was
That was
not
returned.
deliverable as addressed.
Okay, so what are we gonna do
From
here?
her personal.
So let me go through these. So you're not gonna have a DJ anymore until you get their new license?
Even for private parties, you
So
can't have
just to
DJ.
be clear, after I get renew the license, we could have a DJ there?
If
I
you
just
put it
wanna
on the
be clear.
application,
Okay.
right?
And you get
I'm
it
going to give you my
approved.
card. You can call me, I'll talk to you about it.
You have to have warning signs up.
Okay.
Pregnancy, warning sign.
There was up there, they just fell because there was.
Well, they have to be on the wall. It doesn't matter if the floor does no good. The unlicensed security guards, if you're gonna get security guards, which I don't think your application indicates, they have to be licensed. But your application says you don't have security guards. Are you gonna continue to have security guard?
It's
a
like I said,
family
it's not security guards that's like protecting from the public. It's sometimes because of the area of how bad it's gotten when there's events.
Well, that's the public.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. Okay.
So if you're gonna have them, you have to change your application that says you're gonna have them. Your license, because right now it says it doesn't.
And then you gotta hire licensed security guards. You can't just have anybody stand there and act as security.
I hear you.
And then you have apparently vermin problem. I don't even know, how long have you had this license? How the hell did they get it?
Huh?
All right.
I don't know what to do with this.
She came on a corporate change. She was added in 2014 under a corporate change.
Okay.
It wasn't too long ago.
Go ahead.
So, right? Doña Droguita? That's the thing. The other young lady that's on here, she was more. I wasn't as involved as she was.
No,
That's
but your
why I
name's on
wasn't-
the license, so it's,
I
you
understand.
have
I
to
should've-
accept responsibility.
Right, I do accept it, but that's why now I hear this and I'm like, okay, because she was the one that was, above me. That's why things changed.
We'll hopefully work it out afterwards
We'll
when
help
you
you.
get it.
We'll help
But
you get
We
it.
have to get rid of this first. So what's the financial situation?
What happens is that we all volunteer, like everybody gives into the.
So how much money can you pay?
For the violations? How much is that?
It's gonna be a lot.
It's a lot, so that's why we're trying to be nice.
We already paid 2,000 for the health department.
Cancel this license and then just apply for
Oh,
the
that
club
might be
license.
easier for them, right?
Will canceling eliminate the charges? No.
It will, but then
Then you would reapply.
you reapply.
As a club.
So
Because,
no, okay, you're in line.
We have, may I talk? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we have storage room to that area where they are shipping some stuff to Santo Domingo. They have a lot of worms, a lot of mouses. They come into our place, and we
Will
already.
you rent the storage room out?
No, they are next to us.
Oh, it's a neighbor.
It's a neighbor. When somebody opened the door, everything these nasty things coming inside. So that's why we get fined, and we already paid $2,000 for the
To the city.
to the health department, right? And we don't have food. We don't have nothing. So why we should have the worms?
You're supposed to have food.
You have to have food, that's the problem.
All right.
I mean, here's what we can do. We can either shut you for a period of time.
Meaning you can operate, but you can't do alcohol.
Right.
Just can't use
Yeah, we
alcohol.
can so you just can't drink for a period of time while you get everything straightened out, or we can cancel it and you just reapply to get another license as a club.
And you can't have alcohol.
And you can't have alcohol till you get the other license, which is gonna take a couple months.
Can you explain me again?
Just so we're clear, I'm sorry, I want to understand too.
We can suspend your alcohol license
Okay,
for probably 3 weeks.
okay,
And hopefully you get worked out what you have to get worked out with her.
okay.
Or we can cancel your alcohol license, which means you have to fill out a whole nother application, which we will help you with. That will take 2 months.
Or we can impose a fine now, and then you pay it, and then you have to operate the way you said you would operate until you fix everything that you're gonna change.
Oh,
So those are kind of your options.
This sounds good.
Which one, the last one?
Yeah, I
Pay a
mean.
fine, you don't say.
You wanna pay a fine of, I have
It's gonna be a lot more than 2,000.
like 8,000 or so.
Oh my, we can.
And even if we
For
lower it,
8,000, you could get rid of all the mice.
We call this special election company, they're selling the stuff. I already spoke with these people. They have to understand that they're doing business about.
so is your business busy right now, January, February?
It's cold. We gotta hang out someplace. We're not gonna stay home. It's we stay home. We're gonna have problem with your wife's problem.
What do you say?
If you stay home, you're gonna have problems with your wife. Oh, okay, we understand that one, no, it's just,
That was good.
Is that worth
all right, what do we do?
I know,
We're fine? Even if we lower the fine, I mean, yeah.
You can shut it.
Because you're talking about it as
Shut
a
it?
club, but this
For
is.
3 weeks?
I grew up in the business.
Shut it away from their wives.
We
So
can't
shut
be
it.
like
No, it's
that.
still open, like you said.
Oh, you mean shut it, meaning no?
Suspend all license for 3 for 3 weeks.
Okay, all right.
It's not really profit.
All right, so here, how's this? Here you go. So we're gonna suspend your alcohol license for 3 weeks. So you can't have any alcohol for 3 weeks, beer, right? And during that time, you're gonna work out all the changes you need to do, and then you don't, well, that'll be your penalty, okay? So you won't have to pay money on top of that.
So the suspension, the
You'll get a notice from us.
as opposed to the dollar amount.
Instead of $8,000, we're giving a 3-week suspension of no alcohol. So,
And that starts when you get the letter from us.
yeah, when you get
We'll
the
have
letter
an
from.
order that will have the date that it starts and the date that it ceases.
I have
You can
to,
still use the building, you just can't drink.
yeah, and I,
Right, as of like now, like tonight, we can use the building.
yes, yes.
But no liquor.
Can you have
No,
alcohol?
you can have alcohol until you get the letter from us.
I'm gonna need it after this.
Yeah. But as soon as you get the letter, you have to stop for 3 weeks because an inspector may come out and that would be very bad.
And if you're receiving profits, you need to get you on the license, so we'll talk.
No, there's like no. It's really, you know what it is? It's like what happens is.
No, we're gonna stop.
We understand, which is why we're not fining you. That's why
We're gonna learn more.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I want his wife to be happy.
No, him to be happy.
I'm sorry, this is just my thing.
Yeah, sure.
I already we pay $2,000 for the health department.
That's to the city.
And can we, probably we can collect $2,000 to pay liquor authority and we still.
Oh, you still want to operate instead of getting the
because
3 week suspension?
Staying home in this winter time.
No, you can go to your place, you just can't drink. You can go.
He doesn't want to go if he can't drink.
It's the same thing as
So what
staying home.
happens is that they all get together and all.
I know what it is.
Ghetto. You know, you've heard.
Yeah, we used to put bugs in places like that.
Oh wow. Oh no, that's definitely not what it is. Oh my God. We're
There are
giving
a
the
lot
wrong
of
place.
places where you can drink on Arthur Avenue. This isn't the only
But
place.
now our place, this is our.
You know,
All right, how about this?
It's a small
All right,
community.
last
it's a
offer.
Macedonian community.
Excuse me, last offer, 3,000.
3,000, okay.
All right,
Thank you.
but you still have to work with her to
Yeah,
change the operation.
Yeah, I mean, I really
3,000?
need badly that.
3,000.
3,000?
So now you're not suspended, your wife is gonna be happy that you're not gonna be home.
And I'm gonna be happy, thank you.
It's not renewal, it's to get you the right license. Okay, so I'll talk you through what you.
And you make sure you
did
call
wrong
her.
here. You're gonna call me, yeah.
What hours? I don't speak with English.
It's okay. You're gonna get a letter from her
Let
telling
me
you
get
when
through
the
a couple
penalty
more.
is.
I want to get like 4 more.
So you wanna pay
So I
3,000?
can- He wants to be
Yeah, she'll get a letter from her, you'll
I
get a
did,
bill.
and I did put a
Within
bug
about
in a place
30
like that
days
one.
it'll happen.
Oh, it's the most
There's
entertaining
all
thing
these
you've ever
charges.
seen.
And there's more
And then
there.
we're gonna start you fresh with the license that you need.
Yeah, the stuff they're playing dominoes and stuff, it's unbelievable. the
You're
stuff
still
they get started.
operating, you're good. Just make sure you pay the 3,000 on time.
You'll get a letter. Okay, we got to continue moving.
Then you pay the fine and you're never gonna, you'll be fine.
No, you, so, excuse me?
I'm in Albany.
Serve alcohol now, because you're paying $3,000.
Yeah, so you're fine.
You don't have to stop selling alcohol. With no DJs,
She's gonna call me.
no unlicensed security guard.
And if we want that, we have to change the license.
Yes, and that's what you're gonna talk to.
You have to change the license
Call me
anyway.
Friday,
Yeah, you should
call
call
me
her first thing Friday. At 9 a.m., you should be calling her.
9 a.m. is fine.
In
We
being that I have a
need to
lot
get on our
Fine,
next
fine.
item.
Why don't you go to the side? We have to
Go ahead,
keep
all right.
going.
Thank
Yep, item 130, 79 North Franklin.
130.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. Louis E. Rodriguez, Goldstein and Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Suite 20, Hempstead, New York, for 76 North Franklin Court. The applicant couldn't be here today. I believe she's on
Nothing from the
vacation.
So we have one question for you. Did you meet with the mayor?
Yes, I met with the planning board, pre-planning board and the planning board. We did not meet with the mayor, because the only ones that approve the projects are the planning board.
And they're fine with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What are the hours?
It's a deli, so from Sunday through Thursday, it's 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, it's 6 a.m. to 12 a.m.
And this place has been licensed for a while, right?
Oh, yes. This actually started in 1950. Back then, it was like, it was an inn.
Okay.
All right, I approve.
I approve.
Oh, the hours, can you repeat them, please?
Yes, it's Sunday through Thursday from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 6 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's approved?
Yes, thank you. I have
Oh, you got another one?
one more that I saw on the calendar, which I wasn't aware of.
24 is JRS.
Yes, I represent this company, this corporation, J.R. Reyes, and I came in today, I saw the name on the list. I was surprised I hadn't received anything, and I was told that by the commissioner held that it was a default, which was to my surprise, because we had just been here in October for a hearing, which I was waiting for a decision. I thought that was a decision, but...
Was on this case?
No, we looked up the charges, and they're completely different.
Oh, okay.
So I'm asking that the matter be sent down to council's office so I can speak to Mr. Amaretto, because we're waiting for a decision on the October date, and it may become a moot point.
Okay.
What was those charges?
Availing.
Oh, okay.
pretty serious.
Yeah, we'll send it back.
What does this mean? Only panic bars are allowed to have illegal rear locking device?
A panic bar is a push bar.
Push to get the emergency
Panic
door.
bar on the door.
Oh,
You're thinking panic bar.
I'm thinking panic bars.
Right.
Send back
I
to
didn't know it was a
council's
new
office.
licensing.
Thank you, and I'll be in touch with Mr. Amaretto. Have a good afternoon.
Item 131, Rivington Clinton.
131?
Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the applicant. We are here because of certain conditions and stipulations that Manhattan Community Board 3 had requested that we agree to and made a condition of their approval, primarily relating to hours of operation of the premises, as well as hours that the French doors that lead out onto the sidewalk remain open. I believe those are the only issues that are before you. The community board wanted us to close at midnight during the week, and also to keep the doors closed at 10 p.m. We understand their concerns. This is a restaurant and bar on the Lower East Side on Rivington Street. It had been licensed previously for many years with a beer and wine license. I think the last occupant did have liquor, but lasted only a year. While we understand the concerns of the community board, unfortunately, the business model for this relatively small space does not allow us to agree to the terms that the community board had wanted. And that's the situation that we have.
And what are you looking for, 4 a.m.?
2 a.m., 7 days.
And when do you want the doors to close? 2 a.m.?
Midnight.
Midnight.
We'd like them to stay open until 2 a.m. The community board wanted 10. We had discussed with them something earlier. We would like them open all hours of operation.
Well, this is, as you are aware, a very active community board that I've actually had the pleasure of sitting down with on numerous occasions. And I did make a...
We have somebody raising their hand in the back.
I was just here to say no.
Do you want...
Opposition?
In opposition?
Yeah, in opposition.
Oh, come on in. Or up, I should say.
2-minute bathroom break after this.
He's not gonna hurt you.
Just in
We're all
case.
friends, we're all
Just in
friends here.
case. Well, I just live in the neighborhood. I live a block and a half away from where they want to open the restaurant, and we have enough. We have a bar that opens till 4 a.m. in the other corner, a kitty corner to that one. There's another one. There's another one.
No, I know there's a lot down there. Can you put your name on the record? And
Yeah,
are you on the community board?
No.
Okay, what's your
I'm
name?
just a neighborhood. Juan Manuel Davila Heights.
Okay. So I get it, there's just saturation.
It's just too much.
Okay.
It's so noisy, and the people that come down to the neighborhood, between people throwing up and people screaming, and, we don't need another bar.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as I was saying, this community board is very active, and it's Community Board 3 in Manhattan, and they're very, they are willing to work with people, and I've indicated that if they ask for stipulations, as long as they're reasonable, I'll uphold the stipulations, and I don't see that these stipulations are unreasonable. I understand your business model doesn't really fit these stipulations, but it is a 500-foot case. So if you can't meet them, then I don't see any public interest in the restaurant being there, so I'm going to deny the license.
It is a 500-foot case, and so I agree with Chairman. I vote to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 104.
You need a break. You need a break? Yes, you do need a break.
All that's left is discipline.
Well, yeah, it was on.
Commissioner, you need a break?
Did you need a break? I have like 5.
Yeah. Can we take 2 minutes?
Sorry.
Ms. Held? Yep. Are you for, can I run to the, am I have time to go to the bathroom? Yeah. Okay.
He could have given a little more.
Yeah. Mr. Levy?
The mics are still on.
Oh, Mike.
Good afternoon. Good, now that I'm
Oops, so I flipped it over. Next time is 104, Juliana's UTBB.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Happy New Year. Joseph
Happy New
Lee
Year.
here on behalf of Juliana's UTBB LLC. It's a conditional no contest plea, a failure to report an arrest on a renewal. I just thought it would made sense to give the members a little color on the situation. There are a few different applicant principals here. The one in question
Is
here.
that the Patsy Grimaldi I think of?
That one. He's in his 80s. He's, getting up there in age, and he thought he bought some cat food at a Kmart and walked out with a bag of cat food, and security detained him and felt like pressing charges, so he was arrested for stealing cat food.
Okay.
So that's the circumstances. I think my offer in there is $1,500. I'd love something less if possible.
I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, I'm willing to do that, given the circumstances.
I'll give a letter of warning.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. You good? And you're back. 57 and 58, 8818 Tropical Restaurant.
Damien Carter, for Tropical Restaurant. The principal is unable to be here today, and I just wanted to make a proffer for both matters of $6,500. The principal has never had any violations before. This is his first time.
Well, he's only been in business for a year before, less than a year before he started getting the violations, right?
I believe so, and he's corrected everything that needs to be corrected.
He has changed his trade name back?
I'm the expediter. I'm helping him organize.
You can come up to the mic.
I didn't want to.
Well,
So is he a principal?
The attorney.
Oh, okay.
So I just thought that it would be,
Okay.
since he wanted to use his attorney to make sure that he was.
Okay.
My name's Aurelia Tavares. I'm from New York Business Licensing. I do the licenses for him, and he did it. I don't know why he changed the corporation. We're doing a DBA for him that we'll forward to you as soon as humanly possible. We were waiting till the business year, so we called Albany, and we're in the process of I'll forward the certificate to counsel's office.
Why would you send it to licensing?
I'm sorry, to licensing as soon as possible.
The first charge, they were burglarized. That was the disorderly that they were charged with.
the first
three actually seem a little questionable to me. The last one is
dismissed those, right?
Well, what happened that evening, one of the customers came in and used a fraudulent card when they compared the license, and he was already running out the door. So they went in and said, hey, you got to wait till the police comes. You got to pay the bill cash, or we're calling the police. He started a scuffle. He wanted to get out of the,
Yes, I think I'm okay dismissing the first three, disorderly premises, right?
Yes, yep, we'll
That's what we're
dismiss
talking
charge 1, 2, and 3.
And then 4, I guess, goes with it too, because failure to supervise.
Missing the whole case.
No, 4 doesn't go with the 2. 4 is a different one. That's a
different one.
roller
Sorry.
pin on the head.
I'm sorry. Yeah, roll.
Can I just grab my notes so I can
Yeah.
tell him?
You're right. Well, 4 doesn't, it says 11/6, where's it? Does it list it out, set it forth?
3, it says a male patron was involved in a verbal dispute inside the premises resulting in his head being hit on top of the head with a rolling pin by an unknown person.
Where do you get a rolling
That's a
pin?
different event. That's a different event, correct?
They're all different events.
Yeah, they're all different events,
days.
yeah.
So the incident with the credit
Yeah.
card was only,
That was one day, and then he has the other one was one was fighting with the wife, and the SLA requires that the licensee do whatever he can not to create an incident, and then it turned into an incident because he got
Okay.
violent.
I had a counter of 12,000.
Okay. So we are dismissing 1, 2, and 3, so for 4, and then all of the charges in the next case, 12,000. Or you can go to hearing.
So we're dismissing 1, 2, and 3. Can we do 8,000, 8,500 for all together?
We can do 10,000. Final offer.
And this is to be paid within 30 days, when we get the notice, and 30 days thereafter?
Yes,
Okay. I guess-
10,000.
Accepted?
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Oh, yeah, she did. Oh, yeah, she did. Sorry. No. Item 56, El Capital Bar Corp. We did receive an email that they were drawing their CNC plea of canceling bond and they're requesting a $15,000 fine.
50,000?
15. As a new CNC.
The license was already surrendered, though, wasn't it? They take it back?
I brought it in, and the licensee was sick, and he admits to the failure of supervision charge. He has, and he has corrected some of the, he has a new company, a security guard company, Precision Security Agency, Inc., which is Mass Security. And
we don't undo surrenders. So
You already surrendered it, you can't get it back.
there's no way to get it back?
You can reapply.
So I cancel and bond.
And we were gonna, and it wasn't gonna get accepted anyway.
The offer, okay,
No.
so it
So
was,
it's cancel and bond, but if it's already surrendered, we're just canceling and bonding for the record.
Well, that's if you're still offering the cancellation of bond.
Well, she has no choice.
November 13th.
They're
No, because
surrendered.
it-
Wants a hearing,
Well, no, she can't because the license is surrendered at November 13th.
she could still, we
Yeah, what if-
charged it before. She
Okay, so-
could have a hearing if she wanted.
and the hearing would,
But it wouldn't affect your license, your license is gone.
so he would have to reapply anyway, either way, regardless of the
Right.
hearing? Okay, so no, we'll cancel and bond, and,
Okay. You agree to
thank you,
cancel?
Happy New Year.
You
Happy
too.
New Year.
And item number 30, Fusion NYC.
Timothy Allen for the licensee.
And I think I got it in this room. I wasn't sneezing before.
This is after a hearing. There is food on the premises.
How come you get all the people with no food?
You do have the hardest cases, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Thank you.
Well, I know, they must be finding you somehow, so.
At the hearing, there were photographs of two different refrigerators. One that wasn't plugged in and one that had food in it. And she presented that at the hearing. The menu, she had different size menus for the table, a large menu, the small menu for the bar. And she also put in information about the security guard company that she's using. The sign that they're saying wasn't present was ripped. It's
Look,
not
if she has
conspicuous.
food, I'll dismiss 4 also.
The sign was ripped, and then the one sign, the pregnancy sign, was blocking the other sign. The signs were there.
I would dismiss 4 and do 6,000 if they have food.
Did you do 5,000?
Chairman, 5,000?
Okay.
With food?
Yeah, dismiss 4 or 5,000.
But they have to have food.
They have to have food.
Go over it. Thank you. And I wanted to recall Rumba.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there, but I have a couple more.
Someone short.
Yep. Item 28, Caribbean Cabana.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. Best of the new year to the dais here.
Hello.
CNC, I presume, obviously you've had a chance to look through it. The tinting was on the door, there was a window on the door, and it has since been removed. So I'm really up here just to shepherd this through and see if perhaps.
I accept.
I accept 4,000. What? So the beers, they're buying it from the supermarket?
They, on this instance, they did, they were admonished.
Isn't it more expensive in the supermarket?
Not when you run out.
And not if you're on
Except
COD.
4,000.
Oh,
Oh, not when
15.
you're COD and you have to pay.
Item 15, Fort Pond Restaurant.
Same thing, just looking to shepherd it through, they've closed, they're just looking to just retain a good record.
Such a shepherd today.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a new year, it's still.
They're going to pay, even though they're out of business?
Oh, no, they're gonna pay. Oh, they're definitely going to pay.
Offer 1,500.
I think they're paying right now, more or less, but.
Yeah, accept
All right.
1,500 and cancel for the record.
And cancel for the
No, and I was looking to avoid.
surrender, right?
The license has been surrendered. I'm looking to just simplify the civil penalties so I have a clear record for any future ventures.
Oh,
That's the purpose.
Yeah, if they don't pay, it'll be canceled and bond because there's no license.
okay.
Okay.
They don't want
That's the
cancel on
purpose of
record,
the
they
offer,
wanna pay.
monetary.
So the idea is,
That means we're going to get another application.
No, it's really not that. I'm actually representing the new that's coming in. So we don't want an application, I should say cancellation of record, and the client agreed to it. He may want to open a place in the future. I don't know, he got burned this summer, so.
Yeah, I did that burning. I read about it in the paper.
Not this place, though.
Yeah, it was in the Post, wasn't it? No, what's going on out?
No, not Chow Baby, not this place.
What was going on in Montauk was in the
Oh,
Post.
Montauk, it was
Yeah.
burning up Newsday.
I sent everybody out there.
Yeah.
Montauk, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's located in Montauk, but they only just had a couple,
All right, 1,500.
thank you, that's best in the year, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're recalling 111 and 112, the request of Mr. Allenwick. That's Roomba.
I threw that away.
Let's see, it's about 2/3 of the way into the garbage.
No, I remember. Yeah. Sure he's,
So I've asked that this be recalled, so my client could, since it was suggested, offer cancellation on all the cases.
can we do that?
We have to add to the calendar the new cases.
I can add them to the calendar. That's not a problem. It has to be done today, though.
There's also an
Timing
investigation, I
doesn't allow
believe.
it. You what?
There's also a open investigation.
Yes, there was a subpoena issued by counsel's office,
We have a
which I
meeting-
believe Mr. Almec just provided some documents or had contact with
Right.
associate counsel.
We set up a meeting for Friday to go over that.
Well, I suppose if you cancel, you can.
I'd like to include that, because there is a case number on that, I believe, no?
This case,
Yeah,
there's no pleading. They got, once the license is, well.
The investigation will
generally,
stop once it's canceled. right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Don't issue new pleadings after it's been canceled.
Is this
Nothing more.
cancellation forthwith or
cancel.
cancellation?
I could make it forthwith if you want. It's going to take a little time to get it together.
No, we can do it.
Yeah, just cancel on bond, all right? Is the offer cancel on bond, or is it just cancel on bond? Okay.
So
the
wait,
bond
we are
to
adding
cover-
case 109926
Right.
926 and
and 109806.
806. Got it right here.
As well as the two cases.
Yep, the 106, that.
So the other two, 105-271?
105271 and 106718.
Yep. So we'll add two proceedings. Cancel and bond.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
I was going to say, okay, we're done. No, we're not. Okay, thank you. Ready for the rest of the items?
Yep.
Number one.
Number one. Oh, boy. Did a lot of untaxed liquor, a lot of purchase from unauthorized source. They also lied.
And they were,
They what? Oh. He cooperated and revealed some of the sources. This is only saving grace. I mean, I have a counter cancel and bond.
Okay.
No, that's two.
I had counter.
You said they did cooperate, or they
did.
Oh, they
They
did
did.
cooperate. I thought you said they didn't cooperate.
I had a higher offer. I wasn't
What was
going
your
that
offer?
high. Mine was at 8, but I could go to 10. if you
10?
want. Yeah,
All right,
10.
10.
Counter offer 10,000.
Got it. 2 and 3, I have a request from Terry Flynn to adjourn to the next board meeting.
Okay.
He's unavailable, 119. Item 4,
Item 4, offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
5,
Offer 4,500, accept.
Accept.
8,
Dismiss charges 1 and 2.
Dismiss charges 1 and 2.
9,
Offer 2,000, accept.
Accept.
10.
What's the unlimited? Is it 15 or 20? What did you have, 15 or 2,500? You had more? What's our normal unlimited drinks? Is it 15?
I'd have to look it up.
Oh,
Give me a
hold
second,
on.
I'll look it up. Get my computer to work.
How do you do free shots and dollar shots and stay in business?
Cheap shots. Garbage.
Erie County.
Yeah.
They're probably making their own.
And it is, sorry, I'm
All
pulling
it-
it up. We do. What is this thing, unlimited drinks? No, we don't really have them on
I
the.
don't really have
we don't
it.
have them on the
Well, this is the
delegation.
first charge, even though it's multiple unlimited. I'll do 1,500.
1,500.
13 and 14?
The offer is cancellation bond with stipulation that Alan Mabowitz will never apply for any type of license at this location.
I don't know how it.
I almost said revoking bond, but does he have any other licenses? Alan Mabowitz?
Wait a minute.
And this was negotiated as opposed to doing a lengthy,
Oh, okay.
there is an advantage.
It does not.
He does not, all right.
Just the names, I mean.
Yeah, put a name
Yeah,
stop on
name
him.
stop.
Name stop, that's,
But then does that change as a counter because we're creating a name stop
No.
on him?
No.
Okay.
no, this is actually, it's just, there's no other way to
Yeah.
control this.
Oh, okay.
Cancel and bond with stipulation.
Yes.
Sixteen,
Offer 500, accept.
Accept.
18,
Okay, what did I say? Oh, 3,000,
Yep.
accept?
take the CNC.
Yes.
19,
Charge 5 is dismissed, 1, 2, 3, 4 sustained, 1,000?
What'd you have?
1,000?
Okay.
What'd you have? Much more.
Yeah, I had
1,000?
5.
Is it because the storage of liquor at a,
The charge that the attorney charged was sale without appropriate license. The appropriate charge should have been unlicensed storage.
Oh, okay, 1,000.
and 5 is dismissed.
Yes.
yes.
Got it. 20,
Late CNC plea of 1,250, accept?
Accept.
22,
So we're limited by the penal sum of the bond even though it was under
they-
18?
they held a valid certificate.
Of 18?
of
We don't care,
completion.
But even
So
if it's under 18, it doesn't
that
matter?
under 18 was more as a policy the board implemented by just to
Got it.
distinguish the higher fines for the
Okay, all
lower,
right.
but it's not in the statute.
All right, then I'll
Okay,
accept.
accept.
23,
I had a counter of
I did too.
7,500.
That's what mine was. Counter offer 7,500.
get it. 25,
I have 6,000. Or what is
I have 6,000 too. They want adjournment because of ATAP. They don't need an adjournment for that, right? And it won't help on the second sale anyway,
No,
would
it's
it?
not.
Yeah,
It's,
so-
I don't know where they
It's a
thought they got the
default,
language
too.
and.
So
It's a
6,000.
default, but they submitted this offer in late and.
This was under 18, actually 6,500 then, 65.
Oh, 65, counter offer 6,500.
Well,
Do you want a counter offer or just?
Or just
impose
impose.
it. Oh,
impose.
Just impose a
Yeah.
fine. 65.
Got it. 26,
Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
27,
I dismiss. So intoxicated woman pushed the police after leaving the premises.
Yeah, I have no evidence they did anything wrong here. I was going to do a letter of warning, but I'll dismiss.
dismiss.
They
29,
did the right thing, dismiss.
that's, okay.
Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
31,
Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
32,
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
33 and 34,
We should not accept the cancellation and bond here. What Mr. Race is trying to do is we have already revoked this license and we're in litigation over it. And he's trying to, through the Article 78, obtain cancellation because the licensee has another restaurant in Brooklyn, which he was then canceled on, or actually revoked because he was ineligible, and we were litigating that too. If the members accept cancellation and bond today and the appellate division overturns the revocation, then this man is licensable again.
Why did it come to the board?
Yeah.
Just go to hearing.
So I think that this should be sent
Okay.
back to council's office for a
Who's the
hearing.
attorney that sent it?
Bob Brace.
No, who's our attorney?
Oh, Alan.
He should just say no. Send back to
Alright,
council's
so-
office, rejected.
CNC.
Counters
denied.
revoked.
Yes.
Counteroffers revoked.
Rejected?
You want a counteroffer?
Or just send it back to,
Send it
send it
back.
back to.
Well, he can, if we revoke, he's still,
But that's just more time. I mean, he's not going to accept the revocation because then he's,
oh, okay,
Knowledgeable
then no
of the
counteroffer,
license.
just send it
Return to
back to
council for
council's
hearing.
office.
Got it. 35,
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
37,
10,000, it's the third sale to minor.
is it 10,000?
Yes, even though there are 18 in.
10,000.
38,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
39.
Offer 8,000, accept.
Accept.
And do we, you want to entertain their request to, hoping to qualify for the 25% reduction, which is for a single sale to minor, this is multiples.
yeah. it-
Generally, it's
Generally don't.
reduced.
Yeah.
The offer is compiled of,
So we just reduce it by 25%?
they're hoping that, that's what their, part of their
But we have
statement
to
is.
approve that?
No, you
Well,
don't.
no, it's
No,
usually
I mean, but it's up to
statutory.
us? Or is it,
They don't qualify.
Right. It's not
They don't
statutory. That's
qualify,
why
but
they're
it's
asking
statutory
us
and
to
they're-
apply
I'm
it.
fine. 6,000, then 25%.
This was a nuisance abatement.
okay, 6,000.
So you just want to say that we'll accept 6,000 circumstances, but the ATAP does not, we're not qualifying for them.
No, you can say we accepted 6,000 in light of the ATEP.
In light of, okay. Got it. $40,000.
Offer 3,500, accept.
Except that they want us to withdraw part of the charge. It says they sold with expired license. They say they had a valid license.
So we're,
So they're only pleading to beer selling in off hours.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
yeah, this,
It's a
They're saying
I
they
have no idea
sold
what
in the
this was
wrong,
charged
they
as
sold
well.
off hours, but they were selling with a valid license.
Are you talking about number 40?
Yeah. So
Number
council's
40,
office
they
request part of charge 1 be withdrawn, the part pertaining to selling alcohol with expired license.
Right.
so now that
Simply
it's to
intox.
selling beer in a glass bottle to intoxicate a person,
Right, the sale to intox.
that's under the improper conduct charge, that's what we're going to sustain.
Right, that's what we're basing it on.
Yes, the sale to intox.
Right, okay. I just want that to be clear.
Sure.
Let me, before you go to the next one, Jared seems to, and maybe this is fine, I don't know. He may know more than we do. He's doing the failure to supervise.
Spoke to him about it. I'm going to withdraw.
We don't
those.
want to do that?
No.
No,
Okay.
no, we save those for our on-premise people.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, I think every new
So I
attorney
like the
tries to do that.
aggressiveness. Bang him with a boatload if you can. Okay, go ahead.
And 41,
3,500.
3,500.
42.
The charge should have been the 105.6, which applies to the liquor stores
Right.
if they're required. I could move to amend the notice of pleading right now orally to be 105 points, violation of 105.6, and then accept their letter of warning.
It is,
Okay.
it is
Yes.
something that we do, I don't think I've ever
Yes.
seen charged.
Okay.
Okay, do that.
We're amending the pleading.
Yes.
Yes, and then accepting the letter of warning.
Can you have somebody in council's office change it, the language, though, in council's screen?
This guy's running a numbers game.
Not the DR nonetheless.
I bet the DR lottery pays off more here than it does in the
How does that
DR.
work?
43.
You have to trust them. Offer 7,000, accept.
Accept. No, you just, it's what
44.
numbers used to get run here. My
Offer
relatives used to do
8,000, accept.
it. Accept.
45.
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
46.
A counter of 7,500.
This case, I originally thought the offer should be much higher based on the prostitution charge, and it seemed like the police were going in there looking for prostitution. But Associate Counsel Marsico and I spoke to the police officer, and that was just happenstance. They weren't there
I see.
looking for prostitution. It just popped up as a surprise while they
Okay.
were there.
All right.
And the police are across the street from this location, and they did not see this as a problem place.
Okay, off 5,500 accept.
Accept.
47,
Offer 6,000 accept.
Accept.
48,
Offer cancellation and $15,000 penalty accept and name stop. Cancellation.
Accept and name stop.
49,
3,500 accept.
Accept.
50,
3,500 accept.
Accept.
51,
1,000 accept.
Accept.
52,
2,500 accept.
Accept.
53,
1,500 accept.
Accept.
54,
Offer 1,000 accept.
Accept.
55,
For 1,250 accept.
Accept.
59 and 60,
Offer 5,000 accept.
Accept.
61, I have a request from Mr. Flynn to adjourn to 119. That's the last of his adjournment requests. 62,
Offer 3,500 accept.
Accept.
63,
5,000 accept.
Accept.
64,
Cancel and bond. It's default.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
65,
3,000.
3,000.
66,
Offer 6,000 accept.
Accept.
67,
Offer 6,000 accept.
Accept.
68,
1,000 accept.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
69,
3,000 accept.
No, 69, this was the offer of 3,000 for the wine to go. Chairman, you spoke about this issue at the Law Revision Commission, and Chairman Rosen had a slight campaign against this issue too. RW's in Midtown acting as liquor stores selling wine to go.
Oh, they just pop the bottle open and then let them walk out with it?
Yes. And we've traditionally, I shouldn't say traditionally, under Chairman Rosen, this should be a higher penalty under his standards, and I know you spoke about this at the
So
Law
what
Revision.
what was his penalty usually?
More, I'd say 55,
For the first?
yes.
All right, so we'll go 5,000 counter.
Counteroffer?
5,000.
And then put that on the list? Don't,
we have
is that on the
anything
internet?
else?
List of common charges?
No, because it's not a common charge.
Okay, so 5,000 counter.
70,
6,000 accept.
Accept.
71,
There's a food issue again. I'd counter 6,500 plus food. Should we bring them in?
6,500 counter, and we can bring them in if you want.
Weren't these the people who were before you when the police officers testified? There were lots of charges against them, and it was sort of, the police officers loved them in Newburgh.
Oh, yeah, Oasis.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
So it says adverse history because they've had a slew of charges dismissed.
Yeah, and the cops just cover for them. We can bring them in.
Let's bring them in.
so this is carried over to appear?
Might wanna
Oh, yeah.
keep it. Yeah, 119.
Any proof of food or anything like that, or are you good?
Yes.
Proof of food and counter offer.
What do you mean counteroffer?
Well, they'll get one when they get here.
Oh. I want me to tip my hand or what?
No, you don't need
No.
to tip your hand.
No, they're going to listen to this and know why. 72,
I'm going to move to dismiss charge 2.
Accept that, and I'll accept the CNC.
Yeah, I'll accept 7,500.
Charge 2 is dismissed.
Charge to
and
dismiss.
7,500 is accepted.
Yes.
73,
I count at 3,500.
3,500 counter.
74,
6,500
I
accept.
move to dismiss count 2.
Which one? Oh, yes. Dismiss
Dismiss
count
2
2.
and
6,500.
accept 6,500.
79,
Nothing from the mayor, I guess. It's on safekeeping right now. I wanted to know the hours. Did they list the hours there?
No.
They didn't list the hours? Bring them in?
Revert till the next meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, I got hours of operation right here.
that's,
That's this.
Was that the previous
That's the
one?
stipulation from the community board, isn't it?
From the mayor?
We're looking at the same one, Bronx? No, this one's Hempstead.
There is no community
No, you're
board.
looking at
Item number 79.
Oh, I don't know what I did with 70. Oh, I see, I'm looking at the wrong one.
I was looking at the next one.
Okay, what do you want to do? Bring
Let's
them in?
bring them in because we want to know the
Okay,
hours.
119.
Otherwise, I'm okay. Just agreed.
80.
Pool tables in a grocery store.
Yeah, it would- but I mean, in the back, it's like you can't really see anything going on in the back. The visibility issue where the alcohol's being served. But I
At the
guess,
same time, the community board is aware of it.
and they agreed to it, right?
Not serve alcohol to anyone visible intoxicated.
Yes. All right, I'll approve with the stipulations.
I approve with the stipulations as well.
85.
I have deny.
I have deny as well. And so,
Harry's favorite case.
yeah, and for the record, the judge, they went to a hearing and the judge recommended disapproval on character and fitness grounds.
So this isn't really a request for reconsideration, it's a request for direction.
Right.
ALJ upheld the disapproval. Even licensing board or was it full board?
It was licensing.
Okay. 86.
So 86, does that go with 113, poorhouse?
Yes.
Same, right? Charge 2 is not sustained. I don't know, the bartender hit the patron with a bloody nose, and the charge was not sustained.
We already sent it back once.
Well,
So-
this is the issue is that you didn't get the alternative findings that you requested. You simply got an exact cut and paste job by the ALJ.
No, but we only sent, did we send back for?
For one charge.
Just for charge 2.
Yes,
Charge
just
Oh,
charge
okay.
two. And the ALJ copied exactly the facts. from
No,
the
but
court
the,
and
but the,
exactly
I did look up this law, and there, it is pretty well established that the bartender's not management.
Yeah, that's fine if the members want to just simply dismiss the charge, but. you
Yeah, no, I
requested
agree that-
Alternative findings, and you didn't get them.
Yeah, no,
Right,
that's true.
Right. I mean, we can't
But
just have the
it's-
ALJ just cut and paste.
No, right, and
The
she,
previous
she
opinion.
has been made aware of that.
Okay.
So go ahead, we can
All
just
right,
find on
so-
charge, dismiss charge 2,
Yeah, so what is that, 3,500? 18 years
Yep.
and under?
3,500.
Okay. Were you looking at 113 also, or?
I did not look at
No, now I'm
113.
looking at 113. You want to wait till we get there?
No, I can
Wasn't,
do it.
it was put over today to have proof of food?
Wait for pictures, it said.
All I have is 15.
No food, no, you're not supposed to have DJ, you're not supposed to have security.
Yeah, they were supposed to come in, right?
Yes.
I did not have it to appear. I would have written that down.
That was, that was for proof of food for today.
I think he was here last time, and he said he was going to bring photos with him. That's why you didn't have to put it to appear, because he was, the lawyer was here.
Luciano? There was not represented, not on this one.
Yeah, I got Edward Muccini.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
You want to see food?
Okay, bring him in, 119.
All right, 119.
Food.
Appear with food. $87. Another
Grant.
gone.
There's reconsideration, right? So grant and then. Why did I have maybe just 500?
Because they want a 10-day suspension.
No. What do you want to do?
Well, that's good.
All right.
We can just go, what are they asking for?
Hard to say.
They asked
Not really
for,
written in there.
They just ask us to drop the penalty.
yeah, maybe that's what it was. So
Okay.
I'll grant it with 500.
All right, 500. It's going to come back again.
500?
500 penalty.
Gotcha. 88.
License canceled.
I have an issue with
What is
this
this?
one, because to have a felony DWI conviction, you have to have 3 within 10 years. I think this might be a
2.
question of character.
Isn't it 2 within
I
10
thought your
years?
third is when it gets,
Oh, I thought it was
third
2.
arrest, then you can be charged. You have to have 2 prior convictions, and then your third one,
Oh,
you get the felony charge.
oh, I would have
So-
been drinking and driving.
So you have an OP licensee who's had 3 DWI convictions within the past 10 years. It just doesn't sound like a healthy thing to have this person's business be alcohol.
So, but the license has been canceled?
But the judge specifically did that.
It was
here's-
canceled because they were convicted of a felony, and we didn't think they had relief from civil disabilities, but she apparently got it on the sentencing day.
Yes, the judge specifically gave it so that she could hold on to her license. So the judge knew exactly.
Well,
what
that's,
he or she
then
was
that's really
doing.
his problem, not ours.
So what are we granting the reconsideration?
So you
I
can
mean, legally, you don't think so? I mean, legally, we took the license, I don't know that we took it legally.
Right, the option is you can grant this reconsideration because they have the certificate of relief of civil disabilities, but do we bring charges for improper conduct on character and fitness here of having 3 DWI convictions within 10 years?
You can do that.
Well, I'd only do that if the members were instructing me to do that.
It's only been licensed since 2014.
Yeah, I would ask that you do that,
Okay, I'll ask that you do that as well.
please.
But but we are reconsidering this and
Yes.
Grant or
granting.
rescinding,
rescinding the cancellation.
rescinding. We're just technically closing this, so we're rescinding the penalty, but are we closing this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Case closed.
This was a very happy day in Neversink, where I fish quite regularly.
Why? Because they went wet?
They went wet.
Nice.
It was big news.
Not all of it, though. They did not vote for everything.
No.
Every component
But there were
of it.
pictures in all the papers of people drinking beer.
It's amazing in this
First
thing.
time in my life.
So this is all it is, it's just the advisory for the, they only voted on 2 questions.
The shocking thing to me was the number of towns that are dry.
Exactly.
Well, then now it's 1 less. We were 9, now we're 8.
All right,
One of them went dry in 2014, which is remarkable. Prattsburg.
I approve.
All right, so what do we do? I approve.
So this is, we're rescinding the prior advisory, and this will be
Yes.
approved. And 93, ruling, 200-foot law.
I thought it was within 200 feet of Brooklyn Tech.
I did too.
It is within 200 feet of Brooklyn.
There you go.
So it's within
I don't think
200
I
feet.
think it is. It is.
Very good at math.
We
So you're
reject,
issuing a ruling that it's...
yes, we reject
are you-
the council's argument.
It's a high school?
Yes, it's one of the top high schools.
Within 200 feet of the auxiliary
That's
door.
where Mayor de Blasio's son went to school. Dante.
So it cannot be licensed as an OP.
Correct.
Got it. 94,
Offer 5,500 accept.
Except, why is no bond available here, though?
it's a 2012 data violation.
Oh, so the bond ran out, okay.
Oh, yeah. Probably the
5,500.
next renewals bond ran out.
Accept the penalty.
Got it. 95, proposed rules to be for tape ASAP.
I approve.
Approved.
96,
This is over 6 months of workers' comp, I believe.
What does that end up being?
3,000, is it?
100.
6 months?
3
thought it
to
was-
6 months.
3 to 6 months?
Is 1,500?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
1,500.
97,
10,000. It's the third sale to mine.
And it's a default at hearing.
10,000.
So
can't go,
just cancel?
No, we'll wait for the next one.
It's
10,000.
98.
I mean, I'm sorry, 9,000. No, 10,000. 10,000.
98,
1,500.
1,500.
99,
I
Offer
move to dismiss
11,000.
charge 2.
We
On number
dismiss-
99.
Yes, dismiss charge 2.
do we
But
reduce it
then,
to
yes,
10,000?
then you cannot accept an 11,000 penalty because the maximum is 10,000 on one
No,
charge.
it's on, you're on 99, this is
Oh, this one, yes, so dismiss 2 and
10,000.
10,000.
Offer, yeah, 10,000. 100.
Why is that so high, though?
Just third sale.
Oh, it's a forced sale?
Yep.
Well, yeah. It's kind of, I'm sure the other three
They
were.
span over a long period of time, but
How did I not get the history?
I think the first three were.
Oh, I see, they're just one line. Okay, I got it. Okay, so where was it, 10,000? Okay.
item 100,
So offer 1,700 accept,
Accept,
101,
35 accept, 3,500 accept.
accept.
102 and 3.
Offer CMB accept.
You want to put a stop on this
Yes,
location and
sure.
licensing?
Yes, please.
Stop on location and licensee, cancel and bond.
$106,
This one I had, I mean, the letter that was submitted, it seemed to refute somewhat
Yes.
credibly what was going on here.
They basically say that the BCI was lying and that the BCI has trumped up these charges and got the product from another store.
No, but then she actually provided receipts.
But she didn't know, what I found interesting is she admitted in the interview that she bought the product from another liquor store.
Right,
Yeah,
and
but
then
then-
she
Provided
claimed-
receipts from the store.
But then she still came up with receipts for 4 of them. Oh, so when she says receipts, what do you have?
2,000?
2,000.
Because of the 14 years with no history. Which leads me to believe it was just because we didn't check.
107, I have a request for a 1-month adjournment.
1 month adjournment.
Okay.
We'll put it February something.
We're changing the filing date then.
2/19. What day, do you know? 19,
Oh, that's a good point.
February 16th, I think.
Oh, you already did it?
No, it's already.
February 16th.
Very old, so it helps us to do that now.
Yeah. it's
Can we
come up
just
with
do that because
suspending
he
the
asked for the adjournment, we can suspend it?
We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, we're not suspending, we're just modifying because it's not on us.
Okay, so
Yeah.
2 what?
2/16, I believe it
So the
is.
file date becomes today?
Gonna make me look again.
That makes sense. That makes sense. They're the ones who asked for it.
Just want to double check that date. Yeah, it's 2/16. 108,
Weren't these guys
Why is
supposed
this-
to come in or
Yes.
something? What
They
happened
were
here?
here before
This is
on a
the Alan
different.
Manarelli who's.
Yeah,
the
they were supposed to go meet with them, right?
No, you
Speed
approved
through.
his other one,
They approved this
Yes.
other one?
just the last board meeting.
It was another,
Right, so then what's this one?
This
they
is
want to
different.
remove
This
the
is
He wants to cancel one of the licenses so they can have 2 separate, one of the floors, right?
Yes.
So that they can move another bar in upstairs.
Right.
Basically, he's just starting another business. The
Catch
community board
me.
doesn't want to,
Yeah, nice trade name.
what's it called?
well, it's actually,
Oh, I'm not going to make you say it.
Oh, yeah, she'd hate it.
but there's a typo on the agenda sheet.
For where?
Calling it the
Yeah. Or maybe
Oh, that's what
Cindy
this
had a problem typing that, okay?
He's the guy that buys these bars that are in big trouble, right? And
So what are we doing with this? We need to
I-
bring them
But
in,
the,
or-
to turn the cellar into a new bar would be a new application.
But that, we can't really, that's not what he's asking us to do. He just wants to make his bar one floor.
So this is for delicensing.
So I'm.
So
I'll appro-
de-license, I'm all for it.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I approve the alteration.
The alteration.
But there is going to be an application
And that
coming.
will, you want
Right.
any new application to come?
Yes,
before you?
please.
All right, 116
3,000.
3,000.
and 17.
All right, this is the third sale to minor. They've got a terrible adverse history. Charges at 1 and 2 are sustained. What do you do, 12,000 or cancel and bond?
There,
Last was
this was a default at
15,000.
hearing.
That was a default too.
Yeah, the last penalty was 15,000.
That's 15,000 for all of
Right,
this.
in
All right,
2014.
cancel and bond.
Yeah, I got 3 sales to a minor, 2 sales to intoxicated people, also has 2 unlicensed cabarets in 3 years.
118,
Cancel and bond. 118.
No N18, no food or kitchen.
I was
Already read that.
pontificating there, you could have.
Charges are sustained.
no.
Default at hearing.
Not exactly sure if I have the bond, but I'll find
Cancel
out,
and
because the other one
bond.
was just claimed. I don't know how many times I can get it.
Cancel and bond.
Yep. Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond?
Well, but you
Don't we,
can
they're
only
already,
take
they're revoked for the record, or?
There's already revocation and bond.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
going
okay, so
backwards.
what do you want us to do? Just revoke for the record? Okay.
Yes.
119 and 120.
Mr. Katsouris was supposed to submit an amended CNC yesterday, because if you read his first line, it's just not clear. It says licensee agrees to pay, with the dancing. Licensee agrees that dancing shall be permitted.
No, he did submit something, I got it.
Oh, yeah, Margarita said something yesterday.
Yeah.
I know there was a phone call with Mr. Katsouris, too.
What did he, do you have it?
He licensee
Yeah.
agrees that no
That's it?
dancing shall be permitted. That's
There's
the
two
new-
of them, so there should be one on the backside. You may not have
Well,
got it.
does he believe in it?
All it is just where he dated, they fixed typos.
Can we ask them to type these things?
It was done right before the hearing was about to start,
Oh,
you know,
so what is he
licenses
agreeing
taken.
to now, being fined?
No
15?
dancing.
No dancing,
He'll operate within the hours he's supposed to.
and no DJ shall be utilized.
All right, I mean,
This was
it's
yesterday.
first batch of violations, so you okay with 15?
Yep.
All right,
With all the stipulations, there's 9 stipulations, so apparently they are now part of his license?
Huh?
Now these stipulations are part of his license?
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
we could
that's really, those stipulations are the original conditions on their license.
Well, then
This is so they're just.
so now we take a highlighter to
What they
them.
should have been doing,
Yeah.
so technically, yeah.
He's agreeing to do what he agreed to do.
He was remedying the violations.
121, 122.
Offer cancellation of bond, but I
That's a
guess
good
they
one.
mean cancel and bond, right?
Please see attached.
It's cancel and bond, right?
Yes, cancel and bond.
Cancel bond. Good help is so hard to find. Here we go, 124.
3,500.
No, it's 4,000.
I know, but then they have over 5 years, so it
Oh.
comes back down.
Oh, right, okay, 3,500.
I did the exercise, up and down.
These are the last few I didn't check. 125,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
126,
Offer 3,500, accept.
Accept.
127,
Offer 2,500, accept.
Accept.
128,
Offer
Move to dismiss count 2.
And move to, yes, and then offer 3,000, accept.
Accept.
I have no others.
Gentlemen, are we adjourned?
We're adjourned.